Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 180. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined today by my son, Chris Raygun. Chris, how are you today? Both my sons, actually, we'll get to you in a minute, Dustin, but both of you are wearing a beanie today.
Yeah.
Known as a toque, I think, right? In Canada. TOCQUE, I think is what they call it, or toque, something like that.
What the fuck are they doing up there?
Yeah, that's what I believe so. Yeah.
I don't respect that at all.
Yeah. How are you doing today, Chris?
I'm doing all right. I'm hanging out. I'm existing. This is a fairly standard day.
Yeah.
For me.
Sure.
Yeah.
I feel good today, personally. I just feel normal today. It's interesting you say that because I feel the same, although we'll see what happens with the show.
Yeah.
Well, welcome as always. And Dustin Furman, executive producer of Last Stand Media, co-host. How are you today?
I'm doing swell. Usually on sacred days, I kind of roll into doing the show, but I went out and tried to get multiple errands done right beforehand. It was successful. We got it all done, but I'm coming in a little bit hot, and so, but productive as well. So the beanie, see, the beanie comes out around this time of year, but it's twofold. It's either because I'm cold or because my hair is just fucked. And today it's the hair's fucked. So I'm gonna go with the beanie look. And so Chris and I are little twin brothers today.
Yeah, little twin boys.
There is never a moment where I'm wearing a beanie and it's not because my hair is in a state where I'm just like, I can't do this.
I can't do it. Yeah.
Now let me ask you this question. Okay. We all know that, and there's nothing wrong with being bald. By the way, we know none of us are suffering from that yet. Right?
Not yet.
Right.
Now let me ask you this, Dustin, because there is a difference, and I'm noticing a difference between you and Chris. Are you letting your hair out so that are you letting people know that you're not bald by doing that with your hair in the front?
What do you mean?
You're letting it peek out a little bit. In other words, are you letting people know no, I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I'm simply covering my hair up, not my bald head.
I have a different angle. So I've never, when I put on the hat, I do consciously put the hair in the front. And I just feel like that's the way I've always worn hats like this. Mm-hmm. So it is intentional, but I've never thought I need to make sure people know I'm not bald. That's never crossed my mind.
Because I feel like that's the thing with some people that wear beanies. Like, you definitely know that they're bald under there, and that's totally fine. But I just was curious if you did it, because you look like you're about to break. You look like you're a rhythm guitarist in a Long Island post-hardcore band, basically.
That's awesome.
And there's nothing wrong with that, of course. Coming from Long Island. Yeah.
I wear exclusively black jeans.
Yeah, that's great. I know that's.
And that's just what I do. So if that's, I mean,
I've kind of just cemented the movie life. Yeah, you're killing it. It's good. No, I appreciate that. You look great.
Yeah, thank you.
I look like a fucking broke down squire right now in some ratty leather armor. Because I have my this is my old Sunset Overdrive sweatshirt, and so I'm just wearing it, but I have my hood up for people that are listening to audio, and I have my headphones over it, so you have that kind of weak looking, like Patsy from Monty Python and the Holy Grail, the guy with the coconuts, wearing that flimsy looking armor. Yeah.
Ironically enough, Colin, that sweatshirt is the sweatshirt you wore the first time we ever met at New York Comic Con. And it's okay that you don't remember that.
That's so hot. New York Comic Con. So 2014, was that?
It was right before you guys quit.
Yeah, 2014. IGN. That was my very last show. I went to that Comic Con and didn't do any work.
Nice.
That's a true story. Yeah. That was the first time and only time I ever went to a trade show for IGN, and I was like, I'm not doing anything.
It is insane to me that people can just remember shirts that people were wearing when they met. You know what I mean? That seems inconceivable to me, because I can kind of sort of remember yesterday. I think I remember most of what happened yesterday, but I'm pretty sure I'm also forgetting a decent chunk of it.
Yeah.
So how the hell do you just remember? It's like, oh, it was a vermilion poncho.
I think the reason I remember it is I think the reason I remember is just that I remember thinking it was interesting that you were wearing that sweatshirt because you are the PlayStation guy at IGN, but you're wearing an Xbox exclusive game, which
That
obviously
makes
the
sense.
history with Insomniac makes sense.
Yeah.
But it was I
liked throwing people off with my Insomniac love at that time. It was fun. Like I did all the preview coverage for Sunset Overdrive. I wrote the history of Insomniac at the time. And people were like, man, I remember taking a picture because they always put this Microsoft Studios thing on their arm too. I don't know if that's even their logo anymore, but
yeah.
So anyway, I don't know what we're talking about. This is a PlayStation podcast. We do it each and every week. You can get it 3 days early and ad free over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. We have many of you supporting us over there, thousands of you. We really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. We really could use your support over there. So if you like what we do, you want early ad-free access, you want access to Sacred Symbols Plus, which is our twice weekly Patreon exclusive episode of the show where we dive deep into games and do interviews and all that kind of stuff. Maybe you want your name in the credits. Maybe you want to interact in the Q&A and all the different things. Come to Patreon, check it out. Recent episodes of Sacred Symbols Plus include an episode that people are really loving that, Dustin, we got to put live, I think, soon on mental health. And we discuss how mental health is both exploited and assisted in video games. It's really fascinating with a grad student, I think from the University of Nebraska. I did another episode with Rick Hogue that's going to go live around the time this episode goes live. We talk about all of the legal happenings, including stuff with Activision, Ubisoft, and Sony. We're going to talk about that Sony piece in a little bit. Tales of Arise spoiler cast is up. I just heard Micah and Ben record the Call of Duty Vanguard spoiler cast. The Doki Doki Literature Club spoiler cast is in the can, etc. Rob Kavazna writes in and says, Dear Sacred Crew, every Tuesday and Saturday, I wait patiently for the email that finally says, Last Stand Media's new patron-only video, Sacred Symbols Plus, episode whatever, Doki Doki Literature Club Plus review. It hasn't come yet, but I have been getting our wonderful podcast with great guests about award shows being janky, the psychology of gaming, and is PlayStation living up to its promise. The content has been absolutely fantastic, and I just wanted you all to know, I also wanted any scallywags out there to know that the literal $1 a month is so worth it. Happy holidays. And the Lord's Chips interestingly writes in to reassert this. He says, hello, gentlemen. Last week in Colin's intro, he went into the perks of subscribing to Patreon as he does, and I realized he never mentions the price. Why? Is this your thought out strategy? I'd assume if your freeloaders knew that they can get the exclusive episodes for only $1 a month, they may be more inclined to check it out, but maybe I'm wrong. Just a thought. Love the content. Keep it up. You're probably right. I don't often mention the price because there's a scale. So you can go over there and spend $1, $2, $5. There's different perks for all of that. Big perk that is blowing up on our end is the Discord server.
By the way.
Like we're nearing 4,000 people in there. It's exciting. And
that's insane.
Yeah, so come hang out. I drop pretty offensive memes in there on the memes channel. I'm in the Sacred Symbols channel. I'm in the politics channel. You can find me in all those places. We're all in there hanging out. But the Doki Doki Literature Club Plus discussion is in the can. It's done.
It's on the schedule even.
It's on the schedule. It's getting bounced around because we've done a few, I have a few timely things that need to go up and so on and so forth. So thank you for your patience, but thank you so much for your love, kindness, and support over there. We could not do it without you. Now, let's get into the things to talk about as we might. Ben Williams writes in and says, hey, Fats Colin, how are you feeling about after being absolutely destroyed by Mayor Ben Smith in regard to being the first to popularize adding underscore podcast, so a blank podcast, to your podcast title? Also, is Ben still employed? Haven't seen him in Discord since then. Hopefully he's not resting like Peng Shui. Isn't that the Chinese tennis player? I got to look that up, but I think that's the Chinese. Do you know this story, guys, about Peng Shui? I think this is who this is.
I've never heard those syllables.
Okay, so yeah, Peng Shui is a 30-something-year-old Chinese tennis player who a few months ago accused a Chinese Communist Party member of sexual assault and then was disappeared.
Nice.
Then came back, but has been giving really weird interviews and is not allowed access. So the International Tennis Association or whatever, in a move of great testicular fortitude, right, says we're not playing in China until we see and make sure that this woman's okay. What did the Olympic Committee do? Oh no, we'll be there in January. We'll be playing in the Olympics in January. No doubt. No worry about Peng Shui. So anyway, thank you for the reference. Hopefully she's okay. All right, back to this thing with Ben Smith. Ben Smith, I'm told Ben Smith destroyed me, but I didn't want to give him the satisfaction, so I didn't even watch the proof. How's that?
You said you did.
I lied.
You fucking liar.
I lied.
Colin, it's so good. You got owned on multiple levels.
I heard. The honest truth is that I scrubbed through it. I can't, when I'm being owned, I can't watch the entire thing. First of all, I know. Second of all, does Ben still have a job? Yes. The thing about Ben is that we don't keep Ben around for his glorified and feel good attitude about things. We keep him around because he's the only person that will tell me that I don't have any clothes on when it's necessary. Isn't that true? Yes.
Right.
So,
indeed.
Ben, whatever. Okay. Thanks for writing in. Ooh, Ben. Oh, Ben. You don't even know which Ben I'm talking about at this point.
Yeah.
Ben Williams, thank you for writing in about Ben Smith. Peng Shui, come to America. We'll take care of you. Dave Ramos wrote in and said, hey, Stand Down Media. We talk a lot about mergers and acquisitions, but I just wanted to give a shout out to LSM's acquisition of Matty. The latest Defining Duke Ultimate episode he did solo was absolutely gold. Capital G, very well done. He offered many great insights into what Sony might be doing with their upcoming streaming service, as well as how it will compete with Xbox. It gave me plenty to think about. Definitely a worthwhile episode for PlayStation fans. Thank you for reminding everyone, of course, that we also have an Xbox podcast under the Last Stand banner called Defining Duke. It is co-hosted by MrMattyPlays and Lord Cognito, and it's doing really well. And I really like that show too. Maddie and I have done actually a few shows together recently. People have been enjoying, so we'll do more of those. But thank you, Dave, for the kind shout out there.
I like that he the phrase acquisition of Maddie is funny because it's almost like hey, we paid like about like $2 million for Maddie. Maddie's exclusivity on our show.
It took months. We hashed it out over many months.
Yeah. We had to make sure it was legal first.
Yeah.
Right.
How about this story? Ray Ripley wrote in and said, hey, CDC. Since Christmas is coming up, I thought I'd tell a story about the time that my parents humiliated me. In 2008, I was 11 years old and I really wanted a PS3. I was getting tired of the Wii and I wanted my first big boy console. I begged my parents for months for a PS3, but they kept saying that they didn't have the money. Then it's finally Christmas and I unwrapped Metal Gear Solid 4 in a Little Big Planet, but no PS3. I asked where it was and they told me to check my closet. There was a big plain cardboard box and sure enough, my fat PS3 was inside. My parents then informed me that they had bought the PS3 6 months ago and it had been sitting there the entire time. My closet was small, used for junk, and didn't have a door on it. If I had looked for it there for 5 seconds, I would have been able to see the box. The PS3 was the best Xmas gift I've ever gotten. But on that day, I also felt so humiliated as I realized that my parents had been laughing at me for months. Owned. Ooh.
That's not humiliation. That's cute.
Yeah. It ended happy. It wasn't like a fake PS3 box, something like that. That's just rude. And parents do that. Bad parents.
Oh my God. I'm going to fuck with my kids if I have kids. I can't even imagine the fun that I'm going to have torturing them about all these different things. It's going to be great. My parents definitely got a kick out of fucking with me. Especially because I was the youngest of 4. So they definitely were just like over it by the time they got to me. They were just like, I don't care about parenting. I don't care about any of this shit.
For sure. I remember my dad pretended to lose me once.
That's good stuff.
On the street, because I would run ahead of my parents, because I would be like, I'm just excited to get home. We lived in New York, so it was super walkable. So I'd be like, I'll walk ahead of them. I know where I'm going. And then my dad just dipped into a store and looked out from the window, just to pretend that he vanished, just to watch me in the street, I don't know what to do.
Parents, man, that's good
and
stuff.
I was like, thanks, Dad. It means a lot. Appreciate
that's good stuff, dude.
I remember it still, which is not a good sign. So.
Well, it's a scarring sign, but here's the thing. My mom used to pretend call when I would be bad as a kid. My mom would get on the phone, dial a fake number, and call the home for bad children. That's what she would do, and had me convinced that these people would come and take me away. And then I think I told a story on Knockback recently that one time I remember clear as day, she called and someone had just so happened to pull into our driveway a few minutes later to turn around or something like that. And I was horrified and I was so apologetic. I'm like, oh my God, they're coming to take me away to the home for bad children.
So funny.
Oh my God. I'm not very smart now, and I definitely wasn't very smart then.
Yeah.
Jared Webster wrote in and said, hey guys, funny story. I usually listen to the podcast while driving, and my 10-year-old son is often in the car. I realize this can be a gamble as he could hear the occasional keep fucking that chicken or other crude comment. I'm willing to take that risk, and usually he ignores what I'm listening to anyway. What I didn't expect was for Chris to drop a quote, back when I still believed in Santa Claus, end quote, comment on last week's show. My kid is probably old enough to learn the truth, and what better way than from your dad's PlayStation podcast on the way to school. Just thought I would share. Happy holidays.
Oh my God. That's awesome.
So, yeah.
Good.
So
I just dragged your kid screaming into adulthood. How's that? Your plan, whatever plan you had, it's my plan now, Jared.
I get a little judgmental of children when they believe in Santa Claus for too long. That's
how long.
Thing.
How long is appropriate?
I think late elementary school, you got to be dissuaded that Santa Claus is real. You have got to put the pieces together. I would say by the 4th grade, or I'm questioning stuff because I don't understand how you don't know at that point.
Oh, by 4th grade, I'm sure they know. You know,
Dude,
by fourth, I'm sure. Like
not
nobody
always.
What were you a fourth
There was
grade?
a kid, not me. There was a kid in my 6th grade class that was insistent that Santa was real.
Insistent.
And it was so sad because there were kids that were trying to be nice and like, listen, no, like cut it out. And then there were, of course, kids that were mean to him. But what was the funniest part was we got home from Christmas break and someone was like, hey, did Santa come? And with like tears in his eyes, he said, my parents lied to me. And his parents finally told him when he was in 6th grade that Santa wasn't real. And he was crestfallen, honestly.
Yeah.
So it happens, unfortunately.
I honestly don't know if I ever have kids, man. I don't know if I'm ever going to do the Santa thing, to be honest. I kind of think it's just like a dumb thing. And it also just kind of gives your kids reasons not to trust you as like an authority figure. You know, I feel like if my parents didn't lie to me, I probably would have trusted them a little bit for a lot longer, or at least I would have trusted them a lot sooner than I ended up, you know, feeling comfortable coming to them with like, hey, I'm curious about this thing. What are you gonna tell me? Instead of like, oh, the house for bad children. He's gonna come take me. You know what I mean?
It's great. Like, your dad was in Vietnam, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
You should ask him. So be like, Dad, the Viet Cong weren't telling you the truth. Did you trust them? You know, then you come home, you spit me out, and you're lying to me, just like them. You know,
it was mostly my mom. My dad didn't care about that shit, but
he was compliant.
I mean,
my
dude,
dad was just like, whatever.
I have 3 older siblings, and you have older siblings too. But I feel like I remember being in 2nd or 3rd grade, sitting in my parents' bedroom with my siblings wrapping my presents in front of me. Like, that's literally what was happening at that point.
Yeah.
So maybe it was just the environment I was growing up in. But when I hear about 4th, 5th, 6th graders holding on to the stream, as Ted Knight says in Caddyshack, the world needs ditch diggers too.
You know what's messed up though? I feel like my parents only told me that Santa was real. I think weren't into it. I think they just told me that so I wouldn't ruin it for other kids. I genuinely think that's the reason.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's just, to me, I'm curious. Why are you telling me that this fairy character comes into my bedroom and takes teeth from under my pillow? What doesn't that concern you?
Yeah, this
and they're leaving me money,
creature.
like some sort of transaction happened. Is something happening that I'm unaware of?
What's she doing with the teeth?
Oh yeah, the Tooth Fairy's a creepy one.
What's she doing? She making a stew or
the Easter Bunny and all this shit? It's weird.
Was she building a Psychonauts level?
Oh,
now let me ask you this.
Disgusting.
Let me ask you. She might be. Let me ask you this: are there furries that want to fuck the Easter Bunny?
Yes.
We should move on.
Okay, fair enough. Let's see what's next on the list here. Oh, just want to remind everyone, merch, of course, lastdaymedia.shop for your holiday needs. Lastdaymedia.shop. Also, there's the poster.
Get the poster.
It's so good.
Looks great. Doesn't come framed, but you
no, it doesn't come framed. And I'm told that when people see it, sorry for the audio listeners, on the video you can see it is legit, very nice. Check it out. The Sacred Symbols GTA logo that was inspired by a cover art that I did for one of them, and our friend Hodge did this art for it. We got it printed on a poster, and it's available on a shirt too. But
now let me ask a question here before I move on. Also, AliandAyla.com, my sister's jewelry website. If you are a female or have a female, in your life that you'd like to get something for, there's some more of our merch. AliandAyla.com. Use the code LSM for 20% off. Now, Chris, let me ask you a question because I just got an alert from UPS. A package I have sent you has arrived. It says that it's out at your garage. Now, this is somehow germane to this. Do you want to go get it and open it on the show?
Should I?
I think you should.
Let's do it.
I think it'll be very fitting. Right. Go get it. It says it's at the garage. I don't know what that means.
All right, yeah. That should be quick. I'll
go get it. We'll waste time in the meantime. Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like we feel a little saucy or something today. Something's hitting different.
Something's in the air?
Something's in the air. Now, while we're shilling, Colin, I got this Last Stand hoodie, which is also available. Now, the hood, which again, sorry audio listeners, I'll explain as best I can. The hood has the Last Stand logo in it. I'd wear it now, but I'm already kind of warm. But it's for the people asking, some people put in orders in very late October and November. There's been a bit of a delay on some of the orders. We're sorry about that. There's just been, with COVID and supply, everything is messed up. But I'm told that the ones, especially in early October or late October, early November will be shipped out before Christmas.
Excellent.
So if you order one of these posters now, I don't think it will get to you by Christmas, but you can always put in a little message in a card, say a beautiful poster is arriving with your favorite boys on it, just exactly like that.
That's all you have to say.
Of course, yeah.
Brevity is the soul of wit. I wonder what Chris is doing right now. Do you think he's found the package yet?
Well, I think I don't want to spoil it, but he may be shocked by the size. Because I certainly was shocked by the size of your package.
Yeah, definitely.
When I saw it, I said, wow, that's
I gotta say, I'm kind of shocked how quickly they came. You know,
they did.
I sent them out on Tuesday, and they arrive on Thursday. Now, we're not very far away from each other, but this is UPS Ground, the cheapest option. I see Shadows. Chris has arrived, I think, back in his chair. Oh, isn't it exciting? He's back. He's putting his headphones back on. There he is. Okay.
So my dog almost locked me out of the house, which would have been a very bad thing.
Oh my God.
But
that would have been an awesome text for us to get. Like, guys,
I didn't have my phone either. You guys would have been screwed. You guys
it's so funny you just never came back. Or we see you in the window trying to send us a message. Like,
so, Colin, this is a huge box.
Yeah, it is. But if you have something that's also things I've heard in the past. Maybe even things I've said in the past. Wow, there is something in the air today, huh?
Now, to be clear, Colin, you send out very nice bonuses every year. This is the first time you've sent out a
physical box,
a little something.
Yeah, this is. I had to plan these out, but it all worked out. I'm excited about them. I already have what I gave you guys, and I've just not shown anyone yet. And once we see what everyone has, then I'll maybe send a picture and put it on Discord or something.
Well, I'll go get mine once Chris has his open.
Yeah, this is it's going to be a very fascinating audio spectrum.
Audio listeners, you're fucked right now. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I mean,
open up the YouTube and then go back.
Oh shit!
Look at that.
Yo, holy fuck!
So what I got made were like these custom wooden. Handmade from a guy in Idaho, artist, a fan of ours. He made these custom wooden logos for us, and they're awesome.
I don't know how
sick. Yeah, I'll
go get mine. Hold on.
Okay.
I was not expecting this. This is very awesome.
I'm glad that you like it. Now, yeah. So everyone should have gotten theirs today. So it'll be fun. Everyone gets theirs. Now, I'll ruin the surprise for they'll have already known. I got the Defining Duke logos for the Dukes, Cog and Maddie. For Benny. Why did I say that? For Dustin and Ben, Benny was my sister's ex-boyfriend. I got the Moon logos, the Prime logos.
See, that's
and
Chris
then for Dagan, I got the Knockback logo. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. And that's like your letter and bonus there. So you can just.
Dude, Holly told me that I need to put we could make this a shield.
You could also. I've also been told you can make it into a table, which is a pretty cool idea. Yeah, you can do whatever you want with it. There you go.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, this would be an awesome table.
Yeah. Well, Merry Christmas to everyone. Glad it's actually great timing. So I'm glad that happened on the show. Thank you, UPS, for sending that awesome update. That let us know.
UPS, man, they do their job. They're not like FedEx.
Well, I heard that UPS is considered. I didn't know this is considered superior to FedEx. That UPS is like unionized and the workforce is happy. Apparently,
I've always felt that way because I've had a chip on my shoulder about FedEx ever since my 360 red ringed 10 plus years ago, and I sent it in to repair. It took 3 weeks for them to repair it. Then they came back. I was like, ooh, it's the day my 360's coming back. I was home, and then they were just like, nah, you're not home. And they put the sticker on my door that says, we'll come back another day. And I was like, fuck. And then they did that 3 more times. I waited outside. And I was like, I'm home. Give me the thing I gave you.
The coffin.
And then to make matters worse, it was still broken when it got back. Just extra painful.
I hated that shit too. With the the FedEx guy didn't come. The UPS guy didn't come. Also, who know there was a FedEx or UPS that tried to give your PS5 to someone else, or maybe that was the Postal Service, which would make sense.
Yeah, I actually don't remember. I think it was. I don't know. That was Amazon. That was just like a whatever the fuck. I don't know how that shit works, but I don't know what they use.
This podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp, and Sacred Symbols listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/symbols. As someone who suffers from anxiety and depression, I know how simple it is to settle into a toxic normal. where it's easier to keep your head buried in the sand than seek actionable solutions. Now, there are many ways to better your mind and spirit and your general outlook on life, but one effective way for millions of people around the world is therapy. And there's no doubt that BetterHelp is on the forefront of how therapy is delivered today in the 21st century with a modern clientele in mind. BetterHelp is customized online therapy that offers video, phone, and even live chat sessions with your therapist, so you don't have to see anyone on camera if you don't want to. This means that you can utilize multiple forms of communication that suit you, where you are, with what you want to talk about in mind. No more drives to an office, no more waits in a waiting room, no more awkward conversations that in some way seem rooted in a previous time. As technology evolves and as the ways we interact with it become more personal, options like BetterHelp make themselves available, and it's up to us to use them. I've been in therapy multiple times in my life. There's no shame in it. People truly can find the help they're seeking when they open up to a professional, so why not give it a try? Go to betterhelp.com/symbols. That's BetterHelp.com/SYMBOLS. And begin communicating with your therapist in under 48 hours. There's help out there, my friends. You just need to be willing to do your part. So head to betterhelp.com/symbols and get started today. All right, boys, at this point, because I know that people want to hear about the VGAs or the Game Awards and all the news, we're recording this part before the Game Awards and we're going to do the rest of the show. But at this point, we're going to cut in and we're going to have our pickup, our interstitial, which I have no idea how long it's going to be. All about what was announced at the VGAs, the Game Awards. We're not going to talk about the winners and anything like that. I don't care about any of that. Just about what was announced, release dates, things we're excited about. So this is where that will go. And we'll cut it here. All right, here we are as promised for our little interstitial here about the Game Awards. I think going to be maybe a little shorter and a little more angry than I thought it was going to be when we did the rest of the show.
Yeah.
Later, after this. Okay. The Game Awards happened. I'll just throw it right over to you guys. Chris, what did you think about the Game Awards? Let's just start from the top.
This is one of the most miserable experiences I've had watching the Game Awards in a very, 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 very long time. It felt so long, so drawn out, and so devoid of anything, in my opinion, that was truly like, wow. Like I didn't have a moment of, oh, I can't believe that's happening. There was one moment early on, we can get into it. But there was one moment earlier on in the show where I was like, oh, this is really cool. This is fun. I'm excited about this. And then nothing after that. And then I'm going to say this because I have to get this out off my chest right now. The fact that Imagine Dragons showed up and sang my favorite soundtrack is just so cosmically insulting that I can't believe that as it was happening, I was like, why would they do this? Why would they go back to 2011 to like a soundtrack that I love for no reason and just do this to me? It felt so personal like, what did I do to you? I don't know. This was rough for me. But I think, I don't know. It was not good. Not a good year, but I think I agreed with the GOTY this year.
Dustin, thoughts?
Well, I feel like I'm not saying it was. I'm curious to go and compare to previous years, but I feel like this year felt more ad-ridden, and shilly than ever, which is funny because in these conversations about the Game Awards, I've defended Jeff and said, you gotta sell the show. The show needs to be sold for it to exist. And so I've defended him in previous years when it comes to ads and different sponsors and stuff like that. But this year felt just gratuitous I don't know whether I guess it was a little bit of everything. The amount of ads that were between announcements and awards, and the fact that, I don't know, maybe I'm looking at this the wrong way, but the accessibility award was sponsored by Toyota or something, and that just felt strange to me. And overall, I was watching it live on my Twitch channel, and my chat and I were constantly just saying, like, this is just so cringy, whether it's ad related or the way that different people interacted on stage or some of the ideas they had. It was just cringe after cringe after cringe. And no doubt these shows are always going to have some of that. But this year it just felt like constantly the K-pop dance routine thing for that game, like just Why? Like, over and over, it was just why? And the one last point I have to make is that Keighley really hyped things up this year.
Yeah.
He said that, we have, I can't remember his exact quote, but 3 or 4 things on the level of Elden Ring's reveal or re-reveal at the summer show, whatever the fuck it's called. And I was trying to figure out what those 3 or 4 things were. Alan Wake 2.
Star Wars Eclipse.
Star Wars Eclipse.
Arc Raiders.
And yeah, maybe that's it. Those are the only 2 ones that I cared about at all.
Those are actually some of the only announcements. I mean, there weren't actually almost any other announcements. We knew about it, which is fine. But we knew about actually almost everything that they talked about in some way or another. Wonder Woman was new, surprising. The interesting thing about the show to me, just from a content standpoint, was very front-loaded. The more I watched it, the more I'm like, why wasn't this reversed? You would think something like Star Wars Eclipse or Wonder Woman and Alan Wake 2 would all be at the end. I don't know what they were thinking there, but here's what I'm going to say about the show. I found it offensive, and I found it disrespectful of my time. And I think there's different ways to judge respecting a person's time and ways to calibrate that. In an award show, in quotes, I feel like it shouldn't feel, and I think Rick Hogue put this the best, it almost feels like YouTube mid-roll is constantly playing throughout the show.
For sure. You
have this serious game reveal or a game award going to a game like It Takes Two, and then you have some woman screaming in a glass room with a VR headset on, some shilly advertisement. I feel like this is a horrible representation of our industry. I feel like the selection of games this year was especially sterile and boring and doesn't show the range of diversity where it counts in the industry, which is in the games we play. I found the pontification boring. I found the politicization predictable. And moreover, I think that when everyone looks at this, we have to wonder, can't someone do this better? And I think that this year, I like Jeff Keighley. I think he's a nice guy. I think he means well. But that's not enough. It's not enough to be a nice guy in the meanwhile. And I always thought the thing about like the Dorito Pope and all that shit was unfair, right? Back in the day. And he's an entertainer and that's what he does. And he's a businessman. But this was ridiculous how many ads were in here. It was ridiculous how it was almost the way he would go through some of the awards where he would stand there and be like, and esports game of the year goes to Fortnite, and game of the show, like whatever he was saying. And I'm like, is this a joke? This is almost like an SNL skit of the Game Awards. And I think it does great harm to the industry in terms of like our greater reach. Like people look in to this and they think this is what games are.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I don't think any of us thought it was going to be this bad. And I don't know. I think it really is just the ads and just the way it was treated in that way, because it really felt insulting, even beyond my personal thing about the performance. I think just everything about it was just so confusing, and just it felt so much longer than every other Game Awards that I've ever watched. Like even if I don't know if it was, like I don't know if this is actually pound for pound the longest Game Awards, but it definitely felt like it, and that's not great either. If this was an hour shorter than last year's, it did not feel like that at all.
It was. I think the show could have been 90 minutes and been much better.
And
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. One thing I would say, I would rather no announcements and just straight up an actual awards ceremony meant to celebrate the industry without any of the E3 hype, without any of the end of the year like world premiere. I would prefer that to whatever the hell this is.
Let me also just say this before we go into, because we'll go into the games and talk about the games that are relevant. We'll skip over the ones that don't really have anything to do with our show. But I'll say this about the pontification about, although I don't think he said it, about we knew who he was talking about, specifically about Activision in the beginning.
Oh.
Later on in the show, we're going to talk about a studio or a series of studios and called Level Infinite that is owned by Tencent.
Mm-hmm.
That was all over this show.
Yeah.
In addition, Riot was all over this show. 100% owned by Tencent. Genshin Impact, a Chinese game, had significant inclusion in this show. So while I appreciate the stand, Jeff, against Activision and the seemingly and accused illicit things going on there, things that should be cleared up, you had no problem taking money from basically an organ of the Chinese Communist Party that probably funded a substantial portion of this deep 7 figures award show. This is why, and we're going to talk about it later in the show, ironically, although we already have. This is why you kind of have to be really selective when you pick and choose. That immediately stood out to me. When I kept seeing that logo, Level Infinite, which is going to be lost on a lot of people. I kept seeing it pop up over and over again, probably 6 times. And I was like, this is insanity. Between this and Riot, these guys have sponsored half the show. And you're out here calling out Activision like you give a fuck about predatory, illicit, and harmful behavior in our industry. I wanted to point that out.
He also didn't say Activision, which I thought was a little bit, I don't know. I get why, but I mean, I don't know. That could have been at least a pretty ballsy thing to do. And I would have been like, oh, okay. He actually named them. That's kind of wild. But it was funny because as I was watching and I saw that logo come up, Level Infinite, I was like, why? I've never seen this before, but why does it sound so familiar? And now I know it's because we talked about it literally earlier today. Well,
now it's clear why they made that announcement. They had to kind of pave the way for why you were going to see this logo over and over again, right? For anyone that would have known, like, what the fuck is this? Level Infinite. No, I've never heard of this in my life. So now, as of 2 days ago, we got that. Hey, by the way, one more thing I want to say before we get into the games. And I know I'm being harsh, but it's just the way it is because it's the way I feel about this show. And I think we have to just be honest about it. A lot of incestuousness was shown throughout this as well, with different creators and sponsorships and this future class of people and whatever. I want to see these people, any of them, call out the demonstrable shit show that this was and prove to me that you're detached from the incestuous relationships that I think everyone has in this industry. This is bonkers. How we filter trailers through this, that we launder like this hype through this show that's basically made to let's see here. How many Spotify ads, Game Pass, Google Play, Nintendo, Amazon, Grubhub, Verizon, PUBG. We had Nightmare Alley in there. We had to get Kojima and Guillermo del Toro in there. And Best Mobile Game was sponsored by Verizon. We had
Matrix,
Amazon, and Luna Gaming, Matrix, right? And Fall Guys, Battlefield with EA and Mech Arena and Riot, Nvidia, and AMD and Rocket League and Crossfire X with Remedy and YouTube Gaming, and it's exciting stuff for the Game Awards. I have to say, I really enjoyed that. So on that note, let's get into the games themselves.
One thing I will say, I was somehow technically right about Crossfire in a weird by a technicality, by the way.
That's true. We'll have to touch on those next week, maybe. What we actually said. I don't even remember anymore.
I think Lockmore's on that.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right. So before the show began, they had what I thought was a fairly substantial announcement that I think would have fit better on the show itself, which was that Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, which was the PS3 fighting game,
oh my God,
is coming to PS4. Now, that's coming on March 17th. That was a PS3 game. It's coming to Switch too. I'm curious what you think about this, Dustin, but when I saw this, I saw Teddy, and I was like, oh, they're finally going to port Persona 4 Golden to something other than Vita and PC. And I thought that was obvious. Now, I think that's still going to happen. And I think these announcements are happening in sequence of importance. And I think that's the first or second of 7, if I'm recalling. So let's be patient. But what did you think about that kind of pre-show announcement?
I understand that thought process, but I also don't understand the thought process. They'll bring anything, I swear, to consoles before they bring Persona 4 Golden. It just doesn't. At this point, with specifically Persona 4 Golden, and we'll say console players specifically, They have had years and years and years of people like me, morons like me, screaming at them about how great Persona 4 is. And at this point, you either need a Vita or a PC to play it. And so it just feels like it would make a lot more sense to me to bring that one first in order to get that console audience and the Persona 5 audience in on Persona 4 Golden, and then releases all the spinoffs. That sounds great. I would think you would sell more of them because you have that new fan base that couldn't play it before. So I don't know. I don't understand Atlas at all anymore at this point. And it is what it is. It's something Persona, so cool, but I don't understand why they won't just put the port out. The work is like practically done. If it's on PC, you have to imagine at this point it'd be so easy to just push it over. But
it's got to be in the cards. And
yeah.
I would assume it all culminates with Persona 6, right? And the announcement for the next Persona. I would assume so. I mean, it has to be at this point, but we'll see what happens. Because Persona 5 came out in 2015, didn't it? In Japan? I mean, it's been a long time now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I think it's time. All right. So the first game we saw during the show itself was Star Wars Eclipse. This game actually was leaked. We talked about it some time ago on the show, but it's the Quantic Dream Star Wars game. Mm-hmm. Quantic Dream, of course, known best for their PS3 trilogy of games, Heavy Rain from 2012, Beyond Two Souls, PS3, 2013, then Detroit Become Human from 2018, my favorite of their games. This is exciting. I think this is super cool. I'm interested to see what they can do with a license and what they can do outside of this kind of toxic relationship they apparently have with Sony behind the scenes. And it's early in development, but I don't know what part of me feels like when I was watching it and it was clear it was Star Wars pretty early. Part of me, first of all, I thought it was Fallen Order or whatever, or Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order 2, whatever.
Yeah.
But it obviously wasn't. And then when I was watching it, I'm like, no, this is cool. I can get down with this if this is like a story driven Star Wars game. No, I don't want to swing a lightsaber around kinetically anymore. I'm bored of this universe. So maybe this is a good way to get back in. What did you think about it, Chris?
Yeah, I thought it was a good. I mean, the idea of it is pretty good. It was a cinematic trailer, so we didn't really see anything substantial. Like you said, it's early in development. This is pretty early on. We're not going to see this, I would imagine, until like maybe I would bet 2024, honestly.
Yeah, I would think so too.
So on that front, not too excited because you can only get so excited for cinematic trailers, but the promise of a Quantic Dream Star Wars game is a lot more enticing than another, Jedi power battles type deal where you get to swing around the lightsaber and you get to hear the whoosh noises and you get to use the telekinesis, Lucas. I think Star Wars is a big enough universe that you could make a really fascinating narrative-based game like this without even having a lightsaber at all. But that's not going to happen. There's obviously going to be a lightsaber in it because it's Star Wars and that's how money gets made. But I would be really, I don't know, I'd be really keen to see that. A Star Wars game that has nothing to do with Luke or any of these people, that really takes place in its own little section of the universe that has not been touched by anybody of any consequence. I think that would be really exciting and really cool. Let's hope they do that. But C-3PO skin or whatever the hell, C-3PO cameo in the background for sure.
Definitely Bib Fortuna in the cantina behind you. Dustin, what do you have to say?
Did it say it was the High Republic in it, or
no, they didn't say that. They said that afterwards, that it was going to be the first game in that era.
Okay,
yeah.
Well, yeah. High Republic, I
don't know what that means.
According to Google here, because I know that they did some High Republic books or comics or whatever. It is 200 years before the Star Wars films, or 800 years after the Old Republic. So it's sitting. It's far enough away that I think in the trailer you saw Yoda, or at least a Yoda species, one of his kind, whatever they are.
Yeah, he looked a little bit Yodish.
Yeah, so it seems like it'll have some familiar elements, but will be mostly foreign. And I liked what I saw. I actually really wanted to go back and watch this trailer again, just because there were a lot of things I found visually very interesting and different that still felt very Star Wars. And that's, like you said, exciting just because, and what we talked about before is just that we've seen so much of the same type of Star Wars stuff. So to see something new is cool. And dude, I'm pumped about it being Quantic Dream. It annoyed me because I saw a lot of people instantly shitting on this on Twitter. A lot of games industry types that just hate.
Of course.
Yeah, just hate Quantic Dream.
They've always hated David Cage for some reason.
Yeah.
Very weird.
But man, it made me like think about Detroit Become Human, and that was a great game. Looking back on it now, I think it's even better in my memory now than when we first, Holly and I played it together. When we first played it, we thought it was very, very good, and it's only aged well in my mind. So I'm really excited about this. I think it'll be cool, hopefully.
Next up, we saw, in between gratuitous advertising and random award giving, Wonder Woman. Now, this was, I think, maybe one of the biggest surprises. We saw cinematic. This is coming from Monolith, which I think is the strangest part. And what's even weirder, and I don't know if you guys saw this, I was reading a little bit about it when I was spacing out and during the show, and I was reading other things, is that the Nemesis system is going to play a big role in this game, very similar to the Lord of the Rings games that they made. And it brings back, we were just talking, as you recall, I think earlier this year, that WB was, as a publisher, and Monolith was controversially patenting, I think that's how you say it, the Nemesis system. So with that patent, that would allow them to exploit this in future games. And I think that's why we now see this coming to fruition. This game was otherwise a pretty well kept secret. Let's go to you first, Dustin. What do you think about Monolith making a Wonder Woman game?
I don't want any more superhero games. And I've said that before. And it'll be interesting just because Monolith seems to make cool games. They worked on Lord of the Rings games before and were able to do interesting things with that IP. They were able to do new and unique things. They obviously the Nemesis system people still talk about today. You mentioned them patenting it and stuff like that. But I don't know. I just feel so fatigued. I wish I could feel excited. I just can't. Was there another superhero? Oh, we saw the Justice League gameplay. I don't know. Not Justice League. Suicide Squad. I don't know if since that wasn't a new game, but
we'll get to that. No, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about that.
I don't know. I feel a little overly negative about it just on its subject matter, but every new game is a superhero game now.
I know, especially from DC. It's so interesting too, or from WB rather, of course, from DC. It's interesting because you'll recall that when AT&T has been shopping WB Interactive Studios, and meanwhile, all these games were ongoing. And I don't know how that was going to work. I don't know what the hell was going to happen there. And it makes a lot of sense why I guess they just didn't cut bait, because I don't know how that was going to happen.
Yeah.
But without some serious licensing issues and a bunch of tethers tied to each other. But Chris, what did you think about Monolith going for Wonder Woman after, as was said, I mean, they made Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor in 2014, PS3 and PS4, and then Shadow of War in 2017. So Wonder Woman is the next game. I think a lot of people have assumed they would do something fantastic. I don't know. I was kind of hoping that maybe they would go back to Fear. Remember that?
Yeah. That's how I remembered them. I actually kind of forgot that they did those Lord of the Rings games. Like, and I love those games. Those are like Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War. I just totally forgot that was Monolith because they were always the Fear people to me.
Yeah.
But I'm willing to go out on a limb here and say that I think this is probably going to be a very good game, only because I think Wonder Woman is so uninteresting from an ability standpoint. She just sort of fights good, and she has like a whip. There's not a lot that she would not even be in the top 10 superheroes that I would choose to make a game about. You know what I mean? I feel like her abilities are just not really all that interesting. So the fact that Monolith is going ahead and doing this says to me that either it could go one of two ways. Either they got stuck with this and they have to do it, or they're pretty confident in this. And I think just the level of expectations for a Wonder Woman game, gameplay wise, have to be so low that I think Monolith can easily kind of shatter those expectations. I think Monolith's a really good studio, and I think it's probably going to be really good, even though I'm not looking forward to it at all because I don't care about Wonder Woman.
Well, it's true that regardless of, you know, they made Condemned, they made other games that were good before this, and so they're capable, obviously, of doing great things. I'm not a DC Comics person except for Batman. I don't know much about them. I've never been attracted to Wonder Woman. I always thought that was kind of a lame character, personally. I was always surprised because it always seemed like a character. I was born in the mid 80s. It always seemed like a character that was a little before my time. And then suddenly it came back and it's like relevant now again in the last, 5 or so years, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't care, but I'm happy that if people are excited about it, I know a lot of people like Wonder Woman. After that, we saw just the announcement of Alan Wake 2 coming to PlayStation 5 in 2023. It's cool to see Sam Lake. I always find him very charming. Nice to see him flying all the way there from Finland for the event. And what's interesting about this, and I really want to get both of your opinions on this, and we'll go to you first, Chris, is this is a survival horror game. They're straight out coming out and saying this is not going to be like the original game, which was more action oriented. And I'm wondering what you think about that change. It reminds me a little bit of Resident Evil going from third person to first person, where you kind of make a change that makes sense as time evolves and games change. So I like that choice.
I'm super stoked. This was the one announcement from the show that got an audible reaction from me, where I was like, oh my God, I'm actually excited. This is so great. So out of nowhere too. It's been so long since the last Alan Wake, and I know Dustin played through it recently, and he didn't like it as much this time around. But Alan Wake is just one of those games that I have always just appreciated, and seeing what Remedy has been able to make ever since then, specifically with Control and how good that game feels to play. Part of me is a little bit disappointed that it's not going to be a little bit action oriented like the first one, because I feel like Alan Wake 1 made by modern Remedy would be so much better than it already was. So that's a little disappointing, but at the same time, I love Remedy. I think this is going to be awesome. I love that they're taking kind of a step back in the opposite direction. It reminds me of when Resident Evil went. It's funny. It reminds me of Resident Evil for a completely different reason, because it reminds me of the time Resident Evil went from a little bit more horror to balls to the wall action, but like in reverse. Almost like, hey, our original title was really action oriented, and now we're taking it back to like real basic horror stuff. And I'm just really excited to see Sam Lake again, and to look forward to a new Alan Wake is really surreal. That's the one thing from this show that I can confidently say I did not expect, I did not anticipate, and I was really, really happy to see.
And we saw, it was interesting because Remedy, we saw them later on. It has nothing to do with PlayStation, but we saw them with Crossfire X, which is I just want to say it has nothing to do with what we're talking about now, but that game actually looks kind of cool. So I wanted to throw that out there. Like all that shit kind of looks generic, but that stood out to me as looking kind of neat. But Dustin, what did you think about seeing Alan Wake 2, especially on the back, like Chris said, of you having recently replayed the original on PS4?
Yeah, so I did recently replay it, and it didn't hold up as well on the replay as it did in my memory. Not that it changed my mind to thinking it was a bad game, because I still enjoyed a lot of aspects of it, and I think that some of it is just aged poorly. And Chris, I liked what you said about the idea of Remedy now remaking the original Alan Wake or going back to that style. But at the same time, replaying through the first one, it is a little bit of an awkward straddle that the game plays between action and horror, in that in hindsight now of replaying it, I don't know if it does either one to its fullest potential. The game is never truly scary, and it's never this action-packed craziness. There's a couple moments, but so to see them choose a direction, and particularly the horror aspect, I think is very exciting, particularly thinking about Control. Control's not really a horror game, but when I was reviewing that game years ago, I felt like kind of scared playing it at night. And so to see Remedy do a survival horror game in this universe and with this character that we know and love is very exciting. And yeah, I don't really know what to say. I'm excited to see what modern day Remedy does with our boy Alan Wake.
I'm glad you brought up Control, because that is the game that I think they really nailed kind of both. That action is so good, and like you said, it's not scary, but there's an eeriness to it that is very unsettling, and they did like such a good job with that game. Control is great, by the way. If you haven't played it, and you're listening to this, you should definitely play it. But yeah, I'm so excited for this.
Control's on PS5 now, by the way, in case you want to check it out there. Next up, they showed Horizon Forbidden West. I didn't watch, but I want to say that. So I just turned away. I didn't want to see any of it. I did. One of the cool things about this show, apart from the Imagine Dragons thing, though, was the inclusion of this live music, and they did this really cool orchestral piece for it. I don't know quite why they didn't do more of an accompaniment to the gameplay itself or to what they were showing, but anything to say about Horizon, or can we just move on from this? I mean, do we have anything else to say about this game?
Looks pretty. Looks
great.
good.
I just don't want to. We'll talk about it. It's almost here.
Yeah. We might as well just wait.
And by the way, apart from Horizon, Sony didn't participate in pretty much at all in this show, whether on the advertising front or on the game front. And you kind of got to give them a shout out, considering their two major competitors did compete in a heavy way, and it's not a great show. And that's our opinion anyway. Chris, I want to throw this one at you, although I want to hear from both of you. Destiny 2: The Witch Queen, we know, coming February 22nd. For a moment, maybe 15 or 30 seconds, I was watching it and I was like, what the hell is this? Because I guess when Destiny 2 or Destiny, I just kind of I tune out. Not out of disrespect, but rather because I'm like, this isn't really for me. So I haven't really sat and watched it in a long time. And I was reminded I was like, wow, this looks really good. And I probably will never play it, but it certainly kind of sparked in my mind a reminder of, oh yeah, Destiny 2 is a legitimate looking game and has a big fan base for a reason. And I thought, I really love the lore, like the potential of the lore in the game. They're talking about Mars and going to Mars and all this kind of stuff. I was like, it's so neat.
Dude, the lore in Destiny is so unreasonably good that I think you would actually I think you could get a lot of value out of just reading that shit.
Yeah, you wouldn't even have to play. Just watch the YouTube videos, read the lore, man.
It really is, in my opinion, like some of the best lore that is in modern video games right now. It is just so thoughtful and so interesting, and so there's a shocking amount of depth to it that I think a lot of people don't necessarily ever explore, because it's one of these multiplayer shoot your friends with the gun that you grinded 6 weeks to get kind of games. But it really is their roots as a single player shooter studio shine through even in a massively multiplayer setting like this. But I thought the trailer was cool. I didn't know it was Destiny at first, because I was like, it's been a long time since Destiny's had a live action trailer. I think the last time I saw a Destiny live action trailer was for Destiny 1, when Giancarlo Esposito was in one for no reason. He was just there. It was a very strange one, but I think it looks cool. I'm excited for Destiny. They just put out their 30th anniversary thing recently, where they put in some old like Halo guns, and it's absurd. It's ridiculous, and it's cool. It's a great game. It's Destiny 2 is a weird game because I want to recommend it to people because it plays really, really, really well, but it's a hard game to get into, so I almost never recommend it to anyone. But I didn't have much to say about it. I'm looking forward to the Witch Queen still, but the trailer didn't heighten that or harm that. It was just like, oh yeah, that's right, I forgot it's coming soon.
What do you think, Dustin?
In playing Halo Infinite the past 2 days, I've been thinking, man, this would be really. This kind of reminds me of Destiny, and I wish that I had a fire team with me, because it would be so much fun to take some of these bases down. So I've had Destiny on the mind recently, but it sucks because this game comes out in February. And February, it's just not going to happen for me in February. Yeah. I really do want to play this expansion. I've played all the expansions now of Destiny 2 specifically. I just will not be able to get to this with Elden Ring and Horizon. So
it's a busy time.
I will play it at some point. and I think it looks great. I think it'll be a great time when I eventually do get to it.
I make no bones about being a Manscaped man. I love their products. From their body wash to their trimmers, I use something from Manscaped literally every day, and I think it's high time you experience its glory. In fact, you can get 20% off your order with free shipping by using the checkout code SACRED at manscaped.com right now. First and foremost, Manscaped is the leader in what we might call below-the-waist male grooming. It's a mouthful, no doubt, but basically you need to keep yourself cleaned up down there, men, and Manscaped's awesome Performance Package 4.0, helmed by the mighty lawnmower trimmer, is the route you're going to want to take. The lawnmower is awesome to use all over your body, including trimming your beard, which I do in between the more hectic below-the-waist action you may be envisioning. And with Christmas right around the corner, you'll be pleased to know Manscaped has mastery of the stocking stuffer too. You could get Manscaped's 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner, or their body wash, both of which are new staples in the Moriarty shower. You can get a nail kit because some of you really, really need to keep an eye on those claws of yours. You can even get cologne or an ear hair trimmer and more. There's a lot at Manscaped, especially for all of you last-minute shoppers. I love Manscaped, and I think you will too. So whether you're seeking a body hair buzzer or merely something to make you or a loved one smell better, head to manscaped.com. That's manscaped.com, and use the code SACRED. That's SACRED at checkout for 20% off your order with free shipping. Again, get 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com with the checkout code SACRED. Be the ballsiest gift giver this year with Manscaped. Let's stick with you, Dustin, because I really am curious what you think about this next game that came up with Slitterhead. Now, this is a PlayStation. What?
I can't even remember what that is.
That was the Keiichiro Toyama game.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, where they mentioned Silent Hill.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
I just could, yeah.
Yeah, you're looking at me like I'm crazy.
I was like, Slitter? What?
So, okay. Yeah, I guess that didn't make that much of an impression on you, which is surprising to me because of the person who's creating it, which, you like Gravity Rush, don't you? So it's him.
Somewhat. Yeah.
So what do you think? I mean, I guess that didn't make much of an impression on you. I mean, this actually, as in a weird way, this game gave me Scarlet Nexus vibes in that it seems to be some sort of, I don't know, almost humorous version of a serious plot, which I kind of found the enemy designs in Scarlet Nexus to emphasize in some way. I don't know if that's something other people saw as well, but anything to say about this one?
Yeah, I just didn't remember the name at all. But I do remember seeing the trailer. I think that it looks cool. I remember thinking it looked kind of budget, which it just might be early right now. But I am a fan of weird Japanese horror. I've talked about Junji Ito and his work, and some of this kind of reminded me of him, particularly this weird bug creature that this lady transforms into. Also, the ending shot where there's the woman that's on the balcony and you see her from a distance. That was really kind of weird and unsettling. But
it reminded me of Parasite. You ever see that? It's like a really weird anime.
The anime Parasite. Yeah,
it reminded me of that, where I was like, this looks very strange. It looks like eerie, and like the character. I thought the character designs in this one looked pretty cool. But I gotta say, man, I don't think I'm ever going to be comfortable saying the name of this game.
Slitterhead.
It sounds like a fucking slur.
You slitterhead. You say that in the right tone.
It kind of does, yeah. I understand what you mean. I understand what you mean.
That's the first thing I thought.
Well, yeah. What do you? Well, by the way, real quick before I move on to you, Chris, Dustin, you said kind of about Gravity Rush. I thought you were a Gravity Rush fan. I mean, am I making that up?
I own the first one and I played a little bit of it, but I found myself incredibly frustrated.
I don't know why I think
it's weeb shit, Colin.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
So it's just assumed.
Chris, do you have anything to add about this Slitterhead? I don't want to say
this video game looks interesting and cool, but I don't know anything about it. And I do agree with Dustin. I think it looks a little rough around the edges. It looks a little budget, which doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a bad game, but it's just something that I noticed. And I don't know if I'm sold on the tone, because when Silent Hill got brought up for like the first time this evening, I thought, okay, cool, it's going to be like a horror thing. And then was, and then it immediately kind of wasn't. You know, it did the Ghostwire Tokyo thing where here's a premise that's like scary, right? And then a year later, and suddenly it's like an action game. That's kind of what I got, but from this one trailer. Like it starts off with this like white text on a black background, and it's like dead silent. Silent Hill pops up in bold, and you're like, ooh, what's this? And then it becomes this kind of action thing, and I was like, I don't know about this exactly, but I'm curious about it. It's on my mind, and it has my attention. This video game that has a name.
Let's see what else. I'm going through all my notes here to make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, they showed the Daedalic and Nacon Gollum game. Does anyone have anything to say about that? Chris?
Why does Gollum look like Tommy Pickles in this?
No, I will never not see that now.
It was the first thing that struck me when he stepped out into the light. I don't know about this game. Like, it could be cool, whatever. Like, it's the very idea that you would make a Gollum game in the first place means that you probably have a pretty solid pitch about it. I don't know why you would. I don't know why you would give yourself that task. You know, that seems like such an unfun thing to do. So it could be good, but this was a cinematic trailer, and the second he stepped out in the light, I was like, oh my God, this is so disturbing to watch for reasons that I don't think they necessarily intended. It looks very Uncanny Valley. It looks like, you know those hyper-realistic renders of like Beavis and Butthead? Where it's like, you've never seen those like those viral images of like, here's what Homer Simpson would really look like, and it's like 4K and like skin texture and like his eyes are like bulging. It just reminded me of that, where it's like, this looks like some troll on Twitter with like a lot of art skills was like, hey, let's make a frail, anemic hemophiliac Tommy Pickles and just make a game about him. And that was the premise. He looked so off-putting to me the entire time, and it was all I was thinking about. But I don't know. It caught my attention, man. I'm never going to forget that.
You'll say that. Fair enough. They showed Somerville, the first game from Jump Ship. Now, I don't know if we have anything really to say about this. I didn't like how Jeff kind of positioned it as like the first game from this new studio. This is the producer of Limbo and Inside. And by the way, you can see it in the game. So I don't know. It's a little bit of a stretch, but it looks cool.
Yeah. They also said it was a world premiere, and that's not true. We've seen this before.
Yeah, I know. I knew about this game. I feel like I just talked about this game with someone.
I think it was at a State of Play or some event somewhat recently, definitely like within the last year, I think, because I saw it and I immediately was like, I recognize this. I've seen this exact thing before. And it wasn't like this looks like Playdead, because I did notice that as well. It was one of the first things I thought. I was like, I thought, is this Playdead? But there's a scene where they're walking forward through like a dark city street, and there's like lights kind of flashing at them. And I was like, I saw this exact thing, like this exact thing. So I don't know. It looks cool. Like I dig the art direction of it, and I think it's probably going to be good if it's from that guy. I have no reason to think otherwise, but it's not a world premiere. A little misleading, and like you said, not exactly the studio's first.
Yeah, I mean it is, but it really is not.
These are the people. This is the person who is like synonymous with the premise of indie games to me.
Yeah, definitely with Limbo, especially. I love Inside too, though.
Inside's great.
Cuphead, the delicious last course. I want to ask you, Dustin, about this. Studio MDHR finally coming out. Seems like it's been delayed for 2 years or so. June 30th, 2022 on PS4. I love the ad. I think the ad was really cool. The musical performance was really cool too, that they did at the show. I like the whale boss, especially. Thought he was kind of neat. But what do you have to say about this? I know you're a big fan.
I'm so excited. I got myself a little unreasonably excited because the fact that they were doing this big song and dance, I thought, man, what if it's out now? We've been waiting so long. That would be the way to do it.
Yeah.
And that was probably a bit unreasonable of me, because then, of course, the release date is 6 months from now. And man, we've been waiting a long, long time. But I feel confident that it'll be fantastic. All the bosses they showed looked amazing. I almost didn't want to watch just because I wanted to be surprised when the game comes out. That's a trailer I won't be rewatching, hoping that I'll just forget by the time that it officially comes out. I have to admit, though, guys, I never connected the dots that Delicious Last Course was DLC until tonight. I just never realized that. I don't know if I'm an idiot.
I never realized it either until
because
I heard them call it DLC Island, but I don't even know why I thought that they were saying that. I'm so stupid.
Yeah.
Chris, what do you think about the Delicious Last Course?
It looks awesome. I think Cuphead's fantastic. I'm just so bad at it that I don't think I'm going to play it. You know, it's just one of those
similar.
I'm so bad at Cuphead. I don't know what it is about it, but it's a game that I really admire. Specifically, just the animation chops on display at that studio is really, really incredible. I think, and it's part of. I think it's the main reason why I don't think. I know a lot of people have been like, where's this DLC? It's been so long. We want it now. I think just the animation on display there alone makes me feel like they could take their time with this, because like animation takes a long time in the first place. So to do that 1930s style animation and to get people who are like actually good at replicating that style and have it feel so authentic is kind of key to that game's success. So in my opinion, they could take all the time they need. Because that thing looks like it's straight out of the 30s. It's insane. It's insane how authentic Cuphead looks.
It's beautiful.
It's unreal to me.
It's beautiful. I love that game too. I couldn't get out of the third world when I played it to like that final boss gauntlet, but I watched it on YouTube because I was like, this is so amazing. Just the thought behind the enemies. It's a really amazing thing. Obviously, they're going to have their Netflix show coming as well. So I think they're all timed. So June 30th, 2022 on PS4, finally. That sounds like a placeholder date, by the way, but it's not. It's a real date, June 30th. They showed Sonic Frontiers, holiday 2022 from Team Sonic on PS4 and PS5. I got to say, it looks kind of cool. I mean, I'm not going to sit here in front and say that doesn't look cool. I think it did. Dustin, what do you think? Sonic Frontiers. I don't know what it's about. I don't understand Sonic the Hedgehog in any way, shape, or form, but I thought I was kind of vibing with it.
Yeah. My initial reaction on when I was watching it is that it doesn't really look like a Sonic game. It looks like a different game that Sonic they copied his character file and then moved it over.
Yeah.
And it's clear they do there's a shot in this. I'm trying to find it. I swear they did the Breath of the Wild shot. Yeah, it turns around. Okay, maybe not. I don't know. It's clear that they're going for some kind of Breath of the Wild feel. Okay, 38 seconds into the trailer, if you're curious about what I'm talking about, where it's trying to evoke the same feeling of the beginning of Breath of the Wild when you walk out and it says the title of the game, and that's fine. That's clearly what they're going for in this. I don't know if we need an open world Sonic game like this, but based on we'll see. I don't know. Every time a Sonic game gets announced, there's some people that feel excited and optimistic that this is the one. This is the Sonic game, and it never happens. It never does. And I'm talking strictly about Sonic Team Sonic games, not Sonic Mania. And so I just don't know if this is going to be the one either. But for the Sonic fans, I know you are absolutely dedicated to this this blue man, and I hope that he does you well.
What do you think, Chris?
I had the same thought that you did, Colin, where it's like, this looks really cool, except that it's Sonic. You know, because I looked at the world and I was like, it's a pretty looking world. You know, I am really curious. Like it does evoke a sense of kind of like wonder when you're looking at it. It's like, I wonder what build these things. I wonder why looks like that. And it reminded me a little bit of Shadow of the Colossus. And then I realized that the answers to those questions are going to be so stupid because it's a Sonic game. And it's just going to be like Dr. Eggman built a robot or something. I just don't know. know the lore of Sonic. You know, I didn't read the grimoire or anything. I don't know. I don't know what this universe really is. I don't know how big this world is going to have to be to incorporate a character whose whole point is that he runs super fast, which means that the whole game is going to essentially just be about you skipping over the level. You know, that's kind of the problem with. I don't know.
I totally get it. It's too.
Yeah,
that was what I always was mystified with Sonic 2. Is like, what? So the point is just not seeing anything. Right?
Well, at least in other Sonic games, there's like a level that you have. You know what I mean? Like, it's so funny because you look at Sonic levels, especially in the 3D games, and you're like, there is no reality where any of this architecture would exist in this way, because none of it makes any sense, because it exists to cater to Sonic's moveset specifically. It's just like ramps and like really like narrow fucking bridges that stretch on for miles with no distinct purpose. But this is just like a bunch of fields. And it's like, what do you get? What gameplay could you possibly put Sonic in that stays true to his speed that could possibly be interesting?
Yeah.
It's like, are they going to do like a Forza Horizon thing where you're just driving Sonic around? Because that's the only, I don't know, like
taking missions from different people, different NPCs around the I have to admit this is embarrassing, but well, maybe not very embarrassing, but because they showed stuff from Sonic the Hedgehog 2, the movie, and in there Sonic says something to Dr. Robotnik, like, you're not going to take my power or something. And that was the first time I had ever one time considered what Sonic was even about. I had just never even thought about it. Like, what is going on here? And that was like the only indication I've ever gotten in my entire 37 years on this planet. What was going on in Sonic the Hedgehog. So I wanted to throw that out there as well.
Yeah.
As we said, we had a big push here from a few different kinds of games. Obviously, we said earlier about Level Infinite, but there was a big push too with Warhammer 40K games, including Vermintide 2, Space Marine 2, which was surprising, coming to PlayStation 5. Vermintide comes out in January on PS4, or is already out, I think, but the DLC comes out in January. I assume we have nothing to say about these games, so I'm just going to move on. They showed that game Tchia again, the New Caledonia adventure. That looks fine. Nothing really to say about that. We saw that at State of Play. Let's get to Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, coming to PlayStation 5 2022 from Rocksteady. I have to say, and I'm curious, Chris, if you saw this too in the game, like, I see a lot of Insomniac in this game. And it's not only Spider-Man. I feel like there's like Sunset Overdrive in this game in a major way. I feel like it's impossible to ignore the inspiration that has been injected in that studio from Insomniac, I think, since Arkham Knight, which was in 2015. So by the time this game comes out, it would have been 7 years, a lot of time for them to evolve and take on new inspiration. So what did you think about finally seeing gameplay of this game? I think it looks cool as hell, personally.
Yeah, I think it looks awesome. I did pick up on that because I was with my friend Sweeney on Discord, and he was streaming it, and we were just talking while we were watching the show. And the first thing I said once the gameplay started going, I was like, this reminds me of Sunset Overdrive. This is very Sunset Overdrive. And I think because I had a very positive experience with Guardians of the Galaxy recently, I think I'm a lot more open to this than I think I otherwise would have been. Because I think the Sunset Overdrive tone, or not tone, it's not exactly that same tone, but the Sunset Overdrive vibes that I was getting from the gameplay were cool, and I think I always would have appreciated them, but I still think part of me, even just a year ago, would have been like, it's another one of these superhero games, and it's not Spider-Man, so why do I care? But I think Guardians of the Galaxy surprised me so much in a positive way, and Rocksteady is such a proven studio, in my opinion. I don't know, like, I think they've done a really fantastic job with, even, you know what, I'm going to say it, I liked Arkham Knight. I didn't like the Batmobile parts, I get it. But I think that game did really cool shit, especially with the Joker hallucination shit. That's a great game. But I'm excited for this. I think it looks awesome. I think it looks fun. It looks frenetic. It looks varied. And it just looks like a hell of a lot of fun. And the premise seems ridiculous. The idea that they're just going to actually do this plot. Like, yeah, we're going to kill Flash in the trailer. They didn't, but I mean,
I liked that. Like, yeah, I agree too, because I was thinking, are they going to succeed? Like, how is this going to work? I don't know how it's going to work and how you're going to play all these different characters. I'm excited about it. I don't know much about the universe, so It'll be cool for me. I especially like that Captain Boomerang. That's his name, right? That character.
Yeah, the Aussie.
Yeah, I dig boomerangs as weapons. I just love that. Reminds me of Quick Man from Mega Man 2, obviously. Dustin.
Also,
I'm sorry, Chris. Please.
Just before I just want to note, like the trailer opens up with the Aussie guy of Boomerang, kind of like doing a recording himself, like doing a selfie video. And I gotta say, like, I was like super impressed by the face capture. I don't know what it is about that specifically, but I thought this looks real in a very uncanny valley way that I was surprised to see. I don't know, just stuck out to me.
No, I totally agree. I think it looks beautiful. And for some reason, even with that shark man that they got in there, doesn't look it doesn't look goofy to me. I don't know. For some reason, this doesn't seem goofy to me, which I think is the mark of something pretty good in fiction, in my opinion, when it seems grounded but also unreal. I mean, that's what Christopher Nolan, I think, succeeded with Batman as well. But Dustin, what do you think about Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League?
I think Rocksteady is a fantastic, and I'm with Chris. I think Arkham Knight had issues, but overall was still a really, really solid game. I'm curious about how the multiplayer aspects are gonna work in this, and also how it will work if you want to play by yourself. But overall, the gameplay I thought looked really great. The biggest thing that stuck out to me was the traversal, and I think that bringing up Sunset Overdrive is a very great point to bring up. And even the shark guy, who I don't know what his name is. His
name's King Shark.
King Shark, whatever.
Is that what his name is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When I first saw him, I thought, oh, he's not going to have as cool traversal as the other guys because he's kind of the tank. But then there's another part that shows him like leaping off something. I thought, that looks all right. So I want to be the Shark Man, the King Shark, when this game comes out, I think.
Yeah, 2022, PlayStation 5. This game, it's interesting because you're talking about Arkham Knight, obviously a great game to talk about. I feel like the one thing that they do in City, obviously Asylum, and then in Knight is they just do villains really well. I remember especially, and I think I brought this up in the past, for some reason it is so memorable to me, when you're going after Firefly, I think it is in Arkham Knight, and you're going from firehouse to firehouse and he's like burning them down as you're chasing him. It's fucking cool. They just do pretty cool like vignettes almost that bring in these different characters I've never heard of. And I always felt like that was really immersive in those games, especially because I like that universe. And this game will serve a similar purpose for PlayStation 5 that Arkham Knight served for PlayStation 4. You'll recall that we had Arkham Asylum in 2009, Arkham City in 2011, and then we got Arkham Knight in 2015 as a next-gen exclusive or a current-gen exclusive at that time. And it's a similar timing now to when we're going to get this game. Same year set from the beginning of the generation. And I think it will have a very similar effect. And it's been 7 years, but I think that they've spent time on a game that I agree will be very, very good. Forspoken was shown next. I want to go to you first on this one, Dustin. Luminous Productions. We now have a date. PlayStation 5 exclusive, obviously on console, PC as well. May 24th, 2022. I'm going to say this. I want people to go back and watch the trailer. I'm pretty sure the AI isn't even on like the enemy AI in many of the shots. Like the enemies never seem to be attacking. So I thought that was kind of interesting. So I get this vibe that this game's not going to make this release date. I don't know why I got that vibe. It's hard for me to get excited about this game. I don't know what it is about it. It just seems very vanilla and boring. I don't know. Maybe I need to see more. I'm going to keep engaging with it because it's not caught me yet. But what did you think, Dustin, about Forspoken?
I think the combat and the gameplay of this game look fantastic, as the previous trailers did. This one, as far as the dialogue and the writing, wasn't as cringy as the last one, but there also wasn't just a lot of time for that. I was thinking that based on the writing and some of the dialogue we heard in the previous trailers, I feel like this game needs to open up with the main character like running away, and then it freezes on an explosion. She's like, "So you're probably wondering how I ended up here in a faraway land." Like that's how it felt in some of the dialogue.
Yeah.
So I thought Final Fantasy 15 was a pretty good game, and this is the same team, Luminous Productions, and so despite some of the weird writing stuff, I'm definitely going to check this out. But I am a little hesitant based on the cringe factor.
Yeah, it made me kind of put my hands up and praise that the Final Fantasy 14 team is working on Final Fantasy 16. While these guys are working on Forspoken, gives me a little hope for that game. I'm really excited about Final Fantasy 16. I don't mean to insult it, Chris, but yeah, this game just doesn't, I don't know, it just doesn't speak to me. PlayStation 5 game that will, and people are pointing out, we're going to get Horizon, and then we're going to get Gran Turismo, and then we're probably going to get Forspoken, and then we'll get God of War, I think, in that order, probably in the first 7 or 8 months of the year. So it's pretty heavy hitting for PlayStation 5, but I don't know, it's just not doing it for me.
Yeah, this is a game that appeals to me less and less every time I see it. Which is strange, because I think the first time I saw it, I felt very, very excited about it. I don't know why. I think traversal looked cool. I thought the visual style of it was very cool and interesting. It grabbed me with no words. And then the trailer came out where they were speaking. And it was like, did I just move a rock with my mind? And I was
the
like,
Californians on SNL.
Yeah. I gotta watch some of those. I forgot. But it reminded me of that, where it was just like, oh no, it almost felt like a Marvel movie written by somebody who thinks they know how to write one. And I was like, no, this isn't it. And this new one was a little bit better, in my opinion. I thought it was actually like a step up from the last trailer, because it wasn't so egregious in that sense, and it showed a lot of cool attacking abilities, which we hadn't really seen before. I like the machine gun, kind of like telekinesis with rocks, kind of like floating around your hand, and you just kind of have this infinite supply of rocks from pebbles that you're gathering around you. I thought that was awesome, and I think the visuals of it are very striking, and I do think the traversal still looks very fun, but now I'm concerned that they didn't show more writing, because they know the writing is bad and they know that people complained about it. So they don't want to highlight that part of the game, even though it's far too late to change that. So I have this sneaking suspicion that this is going to be one of those games that plays really, really well, that has a story and characters that are just the worst. And that I would be willing to bet that that's probably what we're going to get. But I do think it's going to be fun to play. Like, it looks fun to play, which is the most important thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, May 24th, we'll find out. May 24th, 2022, PS5. They showed Saints Row. I don't know if we have more to say about this game. I do think it was news, though, coming to PS4 and PS5, as we know, but it has a new date. Did they date? Because it was dated in February, then they delayed it.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if it had another date, but anyway, August 23rd is the date. I don't know if we already talked about that, but nothing to say about Saints Row, I don't think. I'm excited to play it, actually, but I don't know. I have nothing to say in the meantime.
Yeah.
Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, March 25th. We've seen this game before. I have to say, I think this game looks fun. I don't know that I'm going to play it, but it's easy to hate on Gearbox, but I like Borderlands, and I like Borderlands a lot, actually. And this seems like it knows exactly what it is, which is fine with me. And Dustin, are you interested in Tiny Tina's Wonderland?
No, I'm Borderlands out. Yeah. This series doesn't speak to me, and to be honest, the Will Arnett intro beforehand kind of had me turned off before the trailer even started rolling. But
yeah, we'll try hard.
Not for me.
A little much.
Yeah, you have anything to add, Chris?
I think I like the idea of it, and I think it does look cool. I think it's going to be a good game. I am bored. Of Borderlands, which is a joke that you would probably hear in a Borderlands game.
Yeah, you probably would, or it would be like the subhead of a review. Borderlands 3 review. Borderlands.
Look at how snarky I can be.
I know. I used to love the snarky when I'd come up with a fun snarky subhead. Oh,
Biosuck.
Like I said, red ash. The other day was red ass. All right.
So stupid.
Only a few things to talk about left. Among Us VR is coming to PSVR. Feels like years too late.
That trailer was so scary. There was something about. I thought it was like Job Simulator. It looked like a Justin Roiland type deal.
Yeah.
At first, when I was looking at it, I was like,
I agree.
Yeah, I was like, okay, there's that blue that Justin always likes to use, and he's just doing some weird Job Simulator, and you're gonna hear his voice come out of the speaker, go like, "Hey, what are you doing? Oh, geez, what are you doing to my fucking job?" And just stuttering all over the place. But instead, the camera does this quick turn right, and the Among Us awkwardly like sprints towards the camera, and it actually scared me. It was I don't know why, because it wasn't scary, but I felt like really like thrown off by the fact that it was Among Us, and that's how they chose to announce it in VR. I think it's a good idea, but I think it's a bit late. But Among Us is still popular somehow, so might as well.
Yeah, I agree. We'll keep an eye on the sales charts and see how it does next year when it comes out. They showed a few other things, new content for Genshin Impact, Steel Rising, and Metal Hellsinger we've already seen. Those both look pretty cool. Actually, Metal Hellsinger especially looks great. Star Trek Resurgence was announced for PS4 and PS5. It looks like a Telltale style game from people that used to do games at Telltale that don't work there anymore in the pre-recobbled Telltale. There's this Iron Galaxy game, Rumbleverse.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Oh, that was offensively bad.
Yeah,
I hated every single moment of that trailer. Like every individual frame of that trailer is wallpaper in the dorm room I get assigned when I go to hell. Like it is such a terrible trailer. I didn't know what that. I thought what it reminded me of? It reminded me of those mobile game ads that you would see, like Clash of Clans. And it's just this Pixar-looking Joe Swanson guy. Just, it was awful trailer, like the worst trailer I've ever seen. I can't speak lowly of it enough.
It looks like remember the Grubhub ads that everyone hated?
Oh my God,
it's the Grubhub ad video game plus Fortnite. It's just, guys, we live in hell. We are in hell currently.
Well, I guess this is kind of self-evident, but I was wondering to myself, do I hate the way Fortnite looks because it's Fortnite, or do I hate the way Fortnite looks because everything wants to look like Fortnite? And it's hard to separate. It's chicken or egg. I don't know.
I think it's because everything wants to look like it. I think Fortnite's art style is fine.
Yeah, it's intrinsically okay, I think. Right?
Yeah. I think it's arguably better than, we always go through these phases in the industry where in the early to, or in the mid to late 2000s, everybody was sick of Gears of War and Call of Duty and everything looking gray and dingy and epic. And the second we got some color in the early 2010s, it was like, oh my God, this is amazing. I can't believe we finally have color in video games. And then it kind of became the opposite, where there was a certain point during the last 10 years where it got like muted and a lot duller again. And it was cool because it wasn't all over the place. And it's just the cycle. But man, I hated this. One thing I also will notice, it doesn't bother me really, but I couldn't help but notice, not a single woman lost a fight in that trailer. And I was like, come on. At least one woman can lose.
Look at you. You're such a misogynist.
I was just, it stuck out to me, which is weird because that stuff doesn't normally stick out to me. But I'm like, it's just so weird to see, especially because it sucks. Which made it worse.
Rumbleverse brought to you by Rocket League Sideswipe.
God.
A Plague Tale Requiem, Asobo and Focus Entertainment now. They're not Focus Interactive anymore. Chris, I know you're a fan of a newly minted fan of A Plague Tale. Are you excited about Requiem coming to PS5 2022 and PS4, I think?
Yeah, totally. I'm looking forward to it. I really loved the first game a lot more than I thought I would. And I think Dustin played it too, and I think his criticisms are the same as mine. I just liked it a lot more anyway, like kind of in spite of it. So I am looking forward to this. It looks like you get a crossbow, which I don't think they showed in this trailer, but I think in like a previous trailer it showed you with like a crossbow, and I'm looking forward to being able to be more offensive in that game.
That's what I was going to ask. Wasn't the original game like non-violent? I thought.
No, you could dome people in the brain and shock their gray matter into non-existence. You could be violent in that game. It's just you were very underpowered, and it wasn't the wisest thing to do in most situations. The wisest thing to do is to sneak away, but you had like rocks and you could sling them at people, and it was fairly satisfying. But I'm super excited about this. I think there aren't many Rats games,
Yeah.
Rats plural.
Yeah, sure. multiple
There's
rats.
rat games, you know.
Well, Splinter and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
Right.
Ratatouille, the game from 54 years ago.
Dustin, do you have anything to add about Requiem?
I'm looking forward to it. I think that what Chris said was true, is that I think it was good. It faltered in a lot of ways, but I think they were things that they can easily improve. So I feel like this could be a really, really strong sequel.
Next up, they showed Dying Light 2 again. Don't want to see anymore. The game's already gold. February 4th, 2022. Nothing else to say about that. I'm so excited. Can't wait.
Yeah, that's a good trailer. Also, it reminded me a lot of Dead Island, the first trailer for Dead Island, where it had the music and it had the suspense and the slow motion. And at first, I thought it was Dead Island 2.
Yeah, which has never come out. Right? That just never has come out.
Yeah,
which is interesting.
And then I realized, oh wait, no, there's a better game that looks like this. So
what the hell is going on with that game? Didn't that game have a second developer? I don't even remember. I'm looking it up now.
Didn't it go to like Sumo Digital at one point?
Yeah. No. Dan Buster's making it now. So yeah, it went from Jaeger and then to Sumo Digital, and then now it's working with Dan Buster. And Dan Buster are the guys that did Homefront: The Revolution.
Jesus Christ.
So good luck. GTFO. Now, I felt bad for this guy. I mean, I don't know what happened to this guy on the stage. I felt bad though because he came all the way from Sweden for that moment, and he just froze up. I don't know. I kind of felt for him. But
wait, what happened? I don't even remember this.
Really? Did you notice that, Dustin?
He just seemed really nervous, and I think he warned Jeff. Because Jeff was trying to help him along, like, oh, well, perfect time to do this then, right? You know?
It was really weird. But nonetheless, the game from 10 Chambers was first revealed at VGAs in 2017, so it's been absurdly long time. I don't know that I have much to say about this game. I feel like there are too many of these games, and not all of these games can live and survive. And actually, that goes for a game we'll talk about in a little while, too. I want to save that, though, because I wanted to ask Dustin about seeing Elden Ring for the 7,000th time. We saw Little Pot Man on the stage. The game won most anticipated game for the second year in a row. Then it was shown off very coincidentally. So I don't know what that's all about. Did you see anything there? February 25th coming out. What do you think?
Your boy didn't watch the trailer. I turned and averted my eyes because after playing the network test, I've seen enough. And so, but I will say the pot boy on stage, just probably the most charming moment of the entire show is that they brought him out. He handed Jeff the little note.
It was
that
cute.
was very cute. I love that.
Yeah, I like that too. Arguably the end of the show. I mean, I was kind of confused, like what the finale was supposed to be here. There's a studio called Embark that's working with the South Korean publisher Nexon, making a game on PS5 called Arc Raiders. Now, this is a PvE game, and I wrote in my notes here, we are getting to the point of utter indistinguishability with games. And that's what stood out to me. Jeff knows the industry, and this is where I have to get critical of Jeff. You know the industry. Why are you ending with this? This is I'm sure it's fine, but I was just so confused about why we were and that's why I think this show felt upside down to me. Why wasn't Star Wars Eclipse or Alan Wake or something at the end? Instead, we get this game from the studio no one's ever heard of, Arc Raiders. What do you think, Dustin? Do you have anything to say about this game?
I didn't know this. I don't know if it was mentioned in the show. I'm looking at the Steam page. It's a free-to-play, reimagined cooperative action shooter. So not that free-to-play necessarily means bad, but it definitely changes my level of expectation. The only thing that really stuck out to me with this trailer was the music had this really cool 80s pop vibe to it, which was kind of fun. But I don't really know what to make of this, and I think it's because, like you said, I feel like I've seen this game before, and even maybe during the show. I just don't know what makes Arc Raiders something to pay attention to as opposed to a lot of the other games.
I thought it looked visually gorgeous. Like the lighting in particular, I thought looked really good. But it reminds me of Battlefront a little bit. Like I thought I was watching Battlefront gameplay for a large portion of it. Not like actually, but it gave me that feeling like, oh yeah, this is how I felt when I was watching gameplay of EA's new Battlefront games. It's like it's very visually cool, but is this fun? Maybe it could be. I agree. The more I think about it, I actually forgot how front loaded the show was, because at first I thought, oh, it's going to be a pretty good show, because there's some stuff that I actually cared about. And then as it went on, you got this like weird motion capture video of like K-pop chibi people dancing and just random shit. And it's like, why'd you start the show with Alan Wake and Hellblade and all these other games and end it with this baffling cacophony? I don't know.
I thought it was even weirder that they ended with Matrix, not because Matrix isn't huge, but you kind of have to adjust a little bit. Like Matrix Awakens, the Unreal Engine thing, that leaked. Like we already knew that existed. How are you going to end the show on this thing? I just don't understand the intractability of it. Dustin, you have something to say?
It's not the worst ending. I recall a few years ago, they ended on the Fast and Furious game.
Oh, that's
right. Ended up being total garbage.
Oh yeah, that's like one of the worst releases in a long time, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst, but I agree. You think you would want to spread some things out. Maybe the idea is that they don't want to put a super hype announcement right before the big award, just because then it might make the award feel less exciting to give out something.
But then why announce anything? After, you know what I mean? Like at that point, why announce anything in or around Game of the Year? Because anything could steal attention away from anything. Like the award could steal attention away from the game. The game could steal attention away from the award. It seems like you're just playing a losing game by even having these two things in the same show, which is kind of been I think it's been my opinion for a long time, which is I like the Game Awards. I think I like Jeff Keighley. I think he's a nice guy. And I think he's probably the only person suited to putting on this show. But at the same time, I feel like it just is constantly straddling this line of like wanting to be E3 and wanting to be the Oscars and never quite nailing either tone. Because it's too ad heavy to be the Oscars. It's too boring to be E3. So what are we doing?
It's a great question too, because again, it goes back to this incestuousness as well. I could be wrong, but at least there is some sort of Chinese wall, like NBC hosting the Oscars, let's say. I don't think the Academy is selling the ads on the Oscars. I think they're putting on the show. NBC buys the show and sells it. And the commercials that are playing in between the broadcast is the money they're making. I feel like when you remove that wall and are dependent on the very people for advertisement that you're also dependent on for product, and you're also dependent on for hype and all that, it creates this system that I want to think more about before I have a final conclusion on, but I think really showed its ass in a way. I really want to see if any of those people that were called out by name or shown on the show or in this new class, or whatever, are going to call out all of the bullshit that was in this show. I want to see it. And we'll see if the incestuousness goes a certain way. And I want to give a shout out to my friend Alexa Ray Correa, who's an old buddy of mine. She and I work together in San Francisco. She works at Activision now, specifically at Sledgehammer. And she wrote on Twitter, quote, "Raising a glass of hearty red to my fellow developers across Activision Studios who are feeling some kind of way tonight. It absolutely feels like we are excluded from the celebration and we've done nothing but work hard, especially when people with platforms condemn abuse, but decide they can't call out the abusers by name. Personally, this is my first major in-house AAA release, and I and my team can't take our victory lap because of shit other people did." End quote. So this night is deeper, I think, than we're giving it credit for. And I think it deserves a little bit more reflection. I'm so tired right now that I just want to think about it and kind of conclude next week. So I think we'll just, Chris, unless you have anything left to say, Dustin, you have anything left to say, we'll just leave it there. And we'll segue back into the show. You have like 2.5 more hours, so good luck. Yeah, we'll see you on the other side. And now we're back. That's crazy. I can't believe that Miyamoto is making a game for PlayStation 5. That was not something that I was expecting to hear from the VGAs. And thank you for Jeff Keighley for a wonderful show.
I was not expecting Radical Heights 2. That was a shocking surprise, but I think a welcome addition.
Especially as a closer to the show as the stinger, nonetheless.
Yeah. Radical
one more
Heights 2. Radical Heights.
Higher rat. I don't even know. I gotta workshop that. All right, guys. Now we're gonna do the show as it were. So this is all gonna be the news that happened. I wanted to give a quick shout out. We don't talk about Nintendo often on the show, but Masyuki Uemura, who was a longtime Nintendo employee from 1972 to 2004, had passed away recently in the last couple of days. He was 78 years old. And I wanted to just give him a shout out because he is the chief engineer of both the NES or the Famicom and the Super Famicom or Super Nintendo, two of amongst the greatest consoles ever made. This man's a god in video game history. And the NES is my favorite console of all time. So I wanted to give him a little bit of a shout out. Him and his family, he's going to be missed. I was reading in a story that he retired in 2004, but was consulting with Nintendo for many years after that. Also, I have an exclusive piece of news that I'm ready to tell you guys about from two different sources that are unaware of each other that told me this unprompted, and therefore I'm willing to tell you. 2K, Take-Two, so Take-Two, Umbrella, 2K, publishing brand underneath it. They have signed a deal with Supermassive Games for an undisclosed product. It's apparently going to be like the games that they do. So think about 2015's Until Dawn that they did with PlayStation, and of course the 4 Dark Pictures anthology games that they did with Bandai Namco over the last 4 years. Remember that fourth game had an interesting end of season 1 thing at the end, a fade out. It's unclear what the status is of that deal. They signed an 8-game deal with Bandai Namco. They could be doing both, but 2K and Supermassive are working on a product together. When we'll hear about it, we might have just heard about it at the VGAs for all I know, but wanted to throw that out there. Guys, we have to talk about this. Now, CNET is reporting it, but I watched the video. This was circulating this past weekend. A PlayStation, let's say executive, he's a senior vice president, SVP. There's many SVPs, but he works in San Diego out of the San Diego office, associated with PlayStation Store and the PlayStation Network. His name is George Cacioppo, Cacioppo. There's this YouTube channel called People vs. Preds, which is this Chris Hansen, To Catch a Predator type renegade op that in this case I think captures people in Southern California. There are guys that do it in like Michigan and people that do it all over the place. Yeah. So this organization, People versus Preds, set up a sting, allegedly, purportedly sets up a sting in which they disguise themselves as a young teen boy on Grindr, I think, or some similar app, and goes to this guy's house, invited to presumably sleep with him. They have perverse text exchanges and all of that. He's been fired after 8 years at Sony from his position, was fired immediately. I think that's the right move. Sony obviously has cause. You can go watch the video. It's at People vs. Preds. It's actually one of their shorter ones because I must admit I fell down this rabbit hole over the last few days of watching these videos, and it's some of the realest and most raw content I've ever seen because these people are just dead to rights. And what happens from there is anyone's guess. I was talking to Dustin about it on a text message where I was like, what's fascinating about this content is these people don't know at the beginning that we know everything and that there's no way out. So from that first second, some of these videos go on for 2 hours. It's like amazing. But this guy's video is actually one of the shorter ones. It's like 3 minutes long. But nonetheless, George Cacioppo, 8-year veteran of PlayStation Network in San Diego, fired for allegedly soliciting underage sex. Chris, by the way, before actually, we touch on this in the Hogue episode too. I think it's a more response. Sorry, I know I shouldn't have said that. That's not double entendre. That's not what I mean. We penetrate the story on an episode with Hogue. So we talk about it more responsibly there from a legal point of view, what Sony's rights are and all that. But I was a little annoyed just because I feel like some people expected like big reporting about this. And I think what people are not understanding is that it's not like Sony, as far as we know, supported him in doing this. It's not like he did it at PlayStation or something. So I don't know that's a PlayStation story, but I also think it would be foolish for us to have ignored it. So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't think it's a PlayStation story in the sense that it has anything to do with PlayStation outside of the fact that the guy works there. Like, as even his position doesn't like grant him access to vulnerable people in a way that, you know what I mean. It's like it's kind of, he could be at any company in the world and it would still be reprehensible and embarrassing. And I don't know. This stuff's always like really sad because it's just like because there comes every now and then there's just like a brief moment in time where I just sort of forget that this is a thing, like that this is like a real part of our reality, and then like it just it comes screaming back into like, oh, here it is, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, this stuff, and it's like, man, it's really grimdark out there. But I'm glad that they caught him. I mean, it's alleged at this point, because the thing that I will say about these particular, like, I don't know if you would call them like vigilante kind of like,
I think
underground.
It's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm of two minds about it, because I love that stuff, because I like seeing those people uncomfortable, and I like seeing those people kind of like, I don't know, it's cathartic. They're like the least sympathetic people on the planet, like, so it brings me great joy to see them squirm and be uncomfortable. But I have heard that like that kind of messes with the ability of prosecutors and law enforcement to actually put these people away in any meaningful way. So it's like, it's this weird kind of situation where I'm like, I don't know how true that is. I just heard that was a big deal with Hansen when he was doing it at the time, that like a lot of the times where like, oh, they didn't know they were being filmed, so all this evidence is like completely out the window, and we can't even use it, which is crazy, by the way.
There's something about that, because I think later on To Catch a Predator, they started incorporating the cops, right? And then because I think the as I remember, To Catch a Predator began on Dateline, like it was a segment, like a 15-minute segment on Dateline, and then they made it into a Dateline spinoff. That's when I think it started getting more complicated. And then this all happened when I was in college, because then as I recall, I think they said that it was becoming harder to do because people were getting scared. Now I think that was like pre-app. It's so interesting to think about it. That was pre-smartphone, pre-app. That was all done on browser. So now with the rise of all these apps and encrypted software and all these kinds of things, I agree. I find it just grimly disturbing that there are these people out there doing this kind of stuff. And I was saying to Micah, I'm fascinated by some of these, because when I'm watching them, I'm like, first of all, you're watching the real-time destruction of a person. It's pretty deep and serious stuff. Regardless of what they're accused of, you're watching it. You're seeing their whole life destroyed before your very eyes. And
it's Schadenfreude.
Exactly. And I wonder, they all claim they weren't going to do anything. They all claim it was their first time. That might be true for some of them. I don't know. But you have to wonder how many of these people are just getting away with this over and over and over and over and over again. And it's you got to protect your children, man. I mean, like, a society is all, at the very least, needs to protect its children. And I thought the video with this guy, Dustin, I don't know if you have anything to add, but
yeah,
it was fun. I just want to say it was funny that he was wearing a PS5 shirt. Let's just say that. I mean, a little bit on the nose. It is a little bit on the nose.
It can be. You couldn't ask for worse PR, really.
Oh my God, I know. Anyway, Dustin, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just it's funny. It's fun. Not in the haha funny, but
everyone understands what we mean.
It's sad. Just that I think what you and I were talking about when we were texting about this the other day, Colin, is that there's so many of these people out there. It's shocking. I mean, I've even known people that I didn't know when I knew them, but then later, either years later or whatever, found out they were either caught with trying to do something like this, or whether it's content related, whatever. It's shocking. And so, yeah, I think that the biggest thing to take away, obviously this relates to our industry, but watch out for the people that you love and make sure that they know that this shit doesn't just seem to happen here and there. It's happening all the time, everywhere. It's shocking. It's disgusting. And just keep an eye out, not just for you, but the people around you that may be vulnerable.
Yeah, the reality is just that a 13 or 14-year-old person just simply can't consent to that. It's just, and I find it disturbing too, because there's almost a boldness and a bravado to it where it goes to what Chris was saying, actually, where sometimes there's these machinations that stop them from going after them legally. But in fact, it's actually something I said to you on the phone, Dustin. I started questioning, what is the bigger power with these videos? The legal ramifications or the social destruction? And if you could choose one or the other, which would you rather have? And I was like, well, I would rather them not go to jail if it means that they're just going to be socially destroyed, as opposed to going to jail and not anyone talking about it or something like that. You know, like if you could choose one or the other, in other words, what I'm saying, you know, ideally you're going to get both. And that's usually what happens. You have to register as a sex offender. You have to do all those kinds of things. So this guy's in for a fucking, you know, for a bad time.
Yeah.
And it couldn't have happened to a nicer person, but it's all alleged in the meantime. And we'll see, maybe, because one thing I did ask Dustin, and you sent me to some interesting stuff, was I was like, does anyone ever flip the script and sue the person who outed them? And apparently it's happened. So I'm interested with him going after someone who's clearly a millionaire, 8-year executive. I don't know if you saw the house he was living in San Diego. That's a very expensive house. It's not an estate. It's just a house in the city.
Yeah.
So, oh my God. Just really sad and really sick. And I know some people were a little disturbed that some some podcasts and other websites seem to be avoiding the story, but I think that's weird. You gotta acknowledge it. So we wanted to say that, and we'll get that out of the way. If there's any more, we'll say. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's really the last we ever hear of it, unless you want to go like look up maybe he'll plead no contest or something in San Diego and something happen. You know, I don't know, but we'll figure it out.
Yeah, who knows?
Thought this was interesting. This comes from Game Informer, although other people are reporting on it as well. Spider-Man: No Way Home, the movie, which I think might be out around the time, a little after December 17th. Spider-Man remastered on PS5. So that's the original version of Spider-Man from 2018, PS4s, but ported to PS5, is going to get a integrated suit, is what it's called, that ties to Doctor Strange, according to the website. I don't really know, but this is apparently a fresh update for an older game. Chris, are you excited about Spider-Man: No Way Home? I love the idea. I think it's a really clever thing. So it's cool that they're supporting it in the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good idea. I don't think this is. I think this is kind of news in the sense that this isn't really all that interesting. Like the new suit being added to we've had new suits added to Spider-Man before. I'm kind of getting a little like I just want the new one. You know, and I understand it's going to take some time, and that's fine. But like, I keep seeing like, oh, there was a trailer the other day for Spider-Man, Miles Morales Ultimate Edition or something, and I was like, oh, what's that? I was really curious because I was like, oh wait, there's like a new, like I didn't know about this, and I check it out, and it's literally just everything I have already, and I was like, oh okay, like it makes sense to me. That makes a lot of sense to me, but at the same time, I'm kind of getting the same feeling that I did before Spider-Man PS4 came out, which is, why are you throwing this in my? I already love this game. This is like one of my favorite games on the platform. I don't need to see it 3 years after I've already beaten it. And I guess, you know, it's smart business because this game sells like crazy. Like Spider-Man, everybody loves Spider-Man.
I assume this will get another little bump, right? From the movie.
And there's a movie, and everybody's hyped about the movie because, you know, and I'm excited about the movie too. I'm excited to see Willem Dafoe back in a Spider-Man movie. Are you kidding? That's super exciting. And the possibility of like if Toby shows up, or even I'd even be curious and kind of excited to see Andrew Garfield back, because I've been watching a lot of movies recently, like with Andrew. I totally forgot that Andrew Garfield's like a great actor, because he was in that awful Spider-Man movie. It's a shame.
Yeah, those are almost the forgotten ones, right? Like
kind of the forgotten middle child.
Because Tobey Maguire's pretty well considered still, even though I think maybe a little schlocky by today's standards, but I like them personally. Dustin, do you have any addition on this Marvel Spider-Man remastered getting this suit? I just think it's them trying to take advantage of whatever perceived synthesis will be here between the games and everything.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like but many of the PlayStation 5s that are going to be opened on Christmas Day this year are going to include a copy of Miles Morales. And so this is a nice little bonus for them.
Excellent. Yeah. And I love the idea of the movie. I'm excited to see. I like people making fun of it a little bit, where it's like, do I need to see Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3, Spider-Man 1 and 2, and Spider-Man 1 and 2 to understand No Way Home?
Yeah.
And the answer is, I guess. I don't know, but
probably.
I'll check it out. I just wanted to let everyone know Gran Turismo 7 has been rated by the ESRB. We already know the game's coming out in March, but it has been rated. So
it's rated M. It's so weird.
It is
adults only.
It's actually rated E, but GT7, PS4, and PS5 next year. Also, I don't know if you guys saw this. I just wanted to point everyone towards it. There's this interesting video that Sony Technology, which doesn't have very many subscribers. They have literally like 500 subscribers. So this video is circulating in more nerdy PlayStation circles, but they put out a video on December 6th called from Sony Technology Day, and it says share experiences with an overwhelming sense of reality. And what they basically show in this 4-minute video is 8K VR, and it looks awesome. It's really interesting because it's not even strapped to their heads. They're actually holding it up to their faces so that you can tell that they're constantly modifying it. And this is not PSVR 2 by any stretch of the imagination. Also, this thing has like 17 cables coming out of it. So it's nowhere near being wireless. But I thought it was a cool video to check out. Dustin, did you get a chance to view it at all?
I did see it. It's crazy just following some of the VR industry that we're starting to see some of the R&D on these insanely high resolution VR headsets, which that seems to be one of the barriers right now with VR is either the screen door effect or the fact that there's still some part of you that feels like you're looking at a screen. And so the higher resolution, the better. I would not expect PSVR 2 to be 8K, but it'll probably still be pretty damn good.
Yeah, and to be clear, it's 4K in each eye, which is way higher than PSVR or PSVR 2 will be. Chris, what do you think about the promise of this technology? You think they'll fold it in at some point? Obviously, Sony always loves to just mess around with things. This is not a PlayStation video. This is a Sony video. So I think that's intentional. Is there anything here to read into, you think?
I think so. I mean, Sony working in any capacity with VR, you have to imagine has some tendrils connecting to PlayStation, even if it's not the immediate future. I would imagine that if they are serious about VR, and it looks like they are, like they're taking a pretty serious step forward with VR for PSVR 2 with these like crazy controllers and the haptic feedback in the they're taking this very seriously. And if they are, and if they mean to improve that for generations to come, I wouldn't be surprised to see this maybe make its way towards a PSVR skew in the future, even if it's not a direct successor to PSVR or like what are they even going to call this thing? It's not. Is it PSVR 2 that they?
No, they haven't named it yet. I don't know what they're going to call it.
So it will definitely make its way when it's, you know, like all technology eventually makes its way the second it becomes affordable and a lot easier to manage. Like I see no reason why 4K in each eye wouldn't be ideal for VR.
I would say even necessary at some point. Right.
Yeah, I think definitely one of the biggest barriers, like Dustin said earlier, that screen door effect. I didn't have a name for that until you said it. I was like, that's a good example. That's a good way to put that, because it does feel like a screen door.
It's a fog. Yeah,
it is a fog.
But it's just because our eyes are so much used. I mean, not that I'm an expert in tech, of course, but my assumption is some of that effect comes from the fact that we are so used to high definition displays now. If for some reason we got this in the CRT era, we probably wouldn't see it like that. Because when you go back and play old games, there's a certain cloudiness to them too. In my opinion.
Probably right. You're probably right.
But I don't know. Maybe that's nonetheless. I'm really eager to see this. I think, Dustin, you make a good point though, and Chris, you had said about the screen door effect, where I feel like for VR to reach its full potential, we must have the highest resolution possible, because otherwise you're just never going to truly believe it. And while I don't know how much better than it's going to get for our human eye than 4K, that probably is a worthwhile thing. But I was just looking at the video. There's like 5 cables coming off of it. So we'll see. I wanted to point people to this. We're not sponsored or anything by these guys. Scufgaming.com, SCUF gaming.com. They have the first official third-party DualSense controller. So if you go to SCUFgaming, SCUFgaming.com/PlayStation 5, you can see it. They have different options. I guess they have a Reflex Pro option and then a Reflex option. So, and then an FPS option. I think so. There are 3 of them. They start at $200 each. They're very expensive controllers, but they're supposed to be. They work with PC as well, and they're supposed to be very high quality. So if you're looking for a high quality third-party controller with, I think, back buttons and everything built into it, and all the rest, all the little accoutrements, you might want to look into this. I'm going to personally wait until Sony does their own, which I'm sure they will at some point. So I wanted to put that on people's radars. And finally, I wanted to just let everyone know that Garfield is coming to Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. Just thought that was important.
Yes. Voiced by Chris Pratt.
He's doing the movie, right? He's doing a movie recently, right? An animated movie, and then people people are saying now he's going to voice everything. Is that the joke?
Well, that is the joke. But also there was I don't know how valid this is, but I did see rumors that seemed to be pretty well substantiated that he was actually unironically voicing Garfield.
Oh, okay.
I think that's confirmed.
Yeah.
You're right. It's I see that here because there was some other movie. What is the other movie that I was thinking of that he was
Mario?
Mario,
yeah,
right?
Boy.
That's what it was, of course.
It's a me, Chris Mario.
It's a me, a Mario. All right. Well, that was offensive. Guys, let's get into what we're playing. Dustin, let's start with you today and see what you've been fucking around with.
So the first thing I'm playing, I want to disclose, was sent to me. I didn't request this, but I was on their mailer list, and I said, well, why not? This is a good game, or hopefully a good game, that we have I know, Colin, you have a relationship with Yacht Club Games.
I do.
And that is Shovel Knight Pocket Dungeon. And this is just early impressions, and my embargo, I'm good to just say impressions. And it's cool. It's a puzzle game featuring Shovel Knight, of course. And when you see a screenshot of this game, it'd be easy to mistake it as a standard match 3 type puzzle game because it has the grid and it has the different little pieces. But what makes this game really interesting is that it's more along the lines of puzzle combat. So you control Shovel Knight in this grid. And when you move him into enemies, you attack, but the enemies attack back. So you're monitoring Shovel Knight's health, picking up potions. Then, of course, there's your standard power-ups like bombs, and you can pick up different weapons. And it has a roguelike element when you play that you try to get further and further. You get better upgrades and different power-ups. And this is just really a really unique puzzle game. And that's what I was hoping for the most, just in that when you see a game like this, like I said earlier, your instant assumption is that it'll be like Candy Crush or something. These are a dime a dozen from the outside, but this one is truly unique, and I'm having a blast playing it. It's really hard at first, just because at least my gut reaction in playing a match 3, which this isn't a match 3, is to kind of fuck around and try to get good combos. But if you don't think out your moves in this game, you will die. And so it's a little more methodical. And so this game, I'm trying to remember the exact release date. It's very soon.
It's the 13th, I think. What, right? 9, 10, 11, 12. No. Yeah, 13, 14, 15, 17, maybe the 17th, something like that. Next week when we're recording this. What are you playing it on?
They sent me a PC code.
Right, because when I talked to them several weeks ago, unrelated to the game, and that's all they had. That's why, and I was like, I'm happy to buy it. I think it looks awesome. Anything with Shovel Knight in it, and anything from Yacht Club, I'll support. But
yeah, well, that's the thing, is that I'm enjoying playing it on PC, but I'm thinking about, particularly, I'd like to play this on Switch because it's a nice cozy up before bed or whatever type game. So,
sure.
But it's been a real nice time. I'm excited to put more time into that. The other thing, which this is a game that Chris and I are both playing, and that's the Halo Infinite campaign.
Can't talk about that here.
Can't talk about, none of that, no.
I'm just making fun of people on the Discord none of them really cared. We were just talking about, do we talk about Xbox games too much? And we were saying, I think people have to talk about what they're playing regardless of the platform. So please do.
I want to give Chris the full shine on this, but the main thing I'll say about it is that it's surprising to me that it's clear that this game is coming in hot. It's got some weird technical issues not in my opinion, like factually. Specifically, the cutscenes are all juddery on every platform. I confirmed that it wasn't just me. It's in the Digital Foundry video too. I've had multiple instances of bugs where like there's characters that just stand there and I'll shoot them and they don't react, and just a lot of weird little things. And it doesn't mean it's bad. I don't think it's broken. This isn't a Battlefield 2042.
Yeah, it's not Cyberpunk.
Yeah, it's nowhere near that. But my point is, it is interesting to me that this game got a year delay, and now that it's out, we have an a pretty bare bones multiplayer and a campaign that is solid but clearly needed a little more polish, just a little bit. But other than that, I'm having a great time. It's been awesome. Chris, I'll let you take it away from here.
I mean, I don't want to spend too much time on it because I'm not done with it. But I'm enjoying it. I like it. I think there's a lot that it does well. I think it's weird because this is supposed to be like a jumping in point, but also it wants to remind you of previous games, and it also there's like a deficit that comes into play with that because the visual diversity is like really low. Like you're just in the woods the whole time, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It doesn't make the game not fun, but it's something I notice in comparison to other games and even just other FPSs in general, where it's like other games in the series take you to the jungle, they take you to the desert, they take you to the tundra. Where's all that? And
right.
You know, it is a little bit disappointing to see that, but overall, I'm enjoying my time with it. I think it's very good. I think it's definitely their best output as a studio. And the sandbox is fun, man. Like, it's just fun to play. Like, it is just a really solid game. And I wish more shooters were like this in the sense that they had the confidence in their physics engine and confidence in their overall tool sets to just let players just do whatever the hell they want. This is like really the first game that I've played in a long time that made me feel like, and I want people to read this incorrectly because I don't want to say it's similar to Far Cry. It's actually a lot more like Shadow of Mordor.
That's a good way to put it.
But the freedom that you have to just do actually whatever you want is crazy. Like you grapple up to the top of a mountain and you could do the Skyrim thing, and it's real. You know, you could go to the top of the mountain, you could jump off, and you could just land on some poor soul who had no idea that a 2-ton man was just going to come careening out of the sky. And it's fun and it's wacky and it doesn't make a lot of sense. But I think that's to its strength. But I don't want to talk too much about it. I think it's very good. Some technical problems, like cutscenes, are a little weird. Like specifically with the mouth movements, I noticed. It's like the mouth movements are at 30 frames per second, which is strange when everything else is at 60. But I'm sure that'll get a patch. Whatever. It's not Cyberpunk broken, so I'm fine with it. But the thing that I actually want to talk about more, actually, is Marble It Up.
Yes. I'm so glad when I saw you listed this, I'm like, yes.
Yeah. So I had mentioned Marble Blast Ultra in a previous episode of Sacred Symbols, or I think on Twitter, and then you brought it up to me on an episode of Sacred Symbols. It's like, and Dustin said, "Hey, there's actually a game like that now that you can play, and it's on PlayStation 4." I bought it on Switch because it seems like the most appropriate place for a game like that. But it is so good. It's just more Marble Blast Ultra, and it is awesome. It is an awesome game. I can't believe this came out in 2017 or like 2018, and I just didn't see it. It skipped me by entirely. I assume the marketing budget on this was about $10, so it's not necessarily that surprising. But I love when I find these games that are new but feel. It's just a really good game. Like I really recommend this game wholeheartedly to anybody who is captivated by like this weird kind of flow state style, platforming obstacle course, like really high physics and a lot of speed, a lot of momentum based gameplay. It's just a really satisfying game to play, especially when you're just in bed and you're just getting ready to wind things down. It's also very addicting.
You know, Chris, what's unfortunate is I noticed this after we recorded last time when we talked about it, is that when I searched it on Google, it says PS4 as a platform. Is it not on
PS4?
But then because Google says platform PS4, so I just went with that. And then on their website, it's currently not. I think they said that it was eventually coming, and they've kind of, I don't know if they've gone dark, but
they haven't. I'm actually looking at their website right now, and they're still updating the game. They released an update from when we were recording this yesterday.
Oh,
for the game. But I'm seeing here on PlayStationLifestyle.net that a story from November 2018 says is the last time that anyone's, I guess, heard of when it will come to PS4 or not. So it was planned to, but no sign
that
of it.
Sucks. It's really good.
Yeah.
But the other thing I'm playing is obviously I've been dabbling with Mass Effect 1 in the Legendary Edition. I don't have much new to say about it. I still really like it. This is a game that I didn't play really when I was younger because it was too broken. It was too janky. Even little, however old I was, me in 2005, 2006, couldn't handle frame rates like that. Like I couldn't do it. I didn't know why. I didn't know what a frame rate was exactly. I didn't know what hertz were outside of the thing you feel at school every day. So I just I'm kind of rediscovering my appreciation for the series through a game that I never got to play. And it's a nice feeling. I don't know if I'm going to go through 2 and 3 because those are still pretty fresh in my head for some reason, even though it's been years since I've finished them. But I think I'm going to finish this one and I'll leave the rest for like a later date. There's too much else to play for me to go back to Mass Effect 2 and 3. But it's very good.
Excellent. I'd like to get back to the Legendary Edition myself, but who knows if it'll happen. Marble it up. Come to PS4. What are you doing? Or PS5?
What are you doing? It's such a good game. It's such a shame.
It's interesting that they're still supporting it, but I guess it's big on PC. I guess that's maybe where their primary player base is.
Maybe, yeah. For
me, I must say, not to have a double entendre with Pocket Dungeon, but I've been in because I haven't played it yet, but I've been in a good pocket with games recently. I think I said that last week too. This week I sat with a trio of games and had a really great time. So I played through finally and beat Cyber Shadow, which is published by Yacht Club Games, but made by a one-man studio, Mechanical Head. The game's exquisite. It really is. It's exquisite for an old school Ninja Gaiden inspired game. It's just so good. And it's funny, a lot of people, because I always talk about how my skills are atrophying, but I think that people have different skill sets, obviously, in gaming. And I often hear, because I heard this about Shovel Knight as well, where Shovel Knight's too hard. And my complaint was Shovel Knight's too easy. I think Shovel Knight, if anything, is too easy. And people were really saying Cyber Shadow's really hard. And there are parts, I died like 200 times. It tells you at the end how many times you died. But that's not really very many when you're thinking about a game like this, especially when there's no continues, no lives. You're just kind of experimenting and jumping around. And so I think I spent about 7 hours with it before I beat it. I 100%ed it, so I got all the upgrades and everything. It's a really good game. If you're into 2D side scrollers like Ninja Gaiden, and I think I said last week, Ninja Gaiden meets Mega Man enemies. It's very, very, very cool. And highly recommended, Cyber Shadow. I've also been playing Persona 4 Golden. I played about 10 hours last week. And I'm getting around to where I stopped the last time, which is when I got the furthest, which is when you go to there's that. Am I allowed to spoil Persona 4? I don't know. I won't even say.
As long as it's not the big spoiler.
Well, I don't even know what the big spoiler is.
Yeah,
so.
You'll get there.
Well, your good friend in the game, his dungeon is second, I think. And I'm getting to that dungeon where you fight like the shadow version of him. And I remember that because I remember that storyline. I didn't expect that the storyline was going to be about what it is about. So I'm getting to that point. And I must say that I'm just enjoying the game much more with this walkthrough that I'm using. And people have been writing in about it, and I've pointed to a few people to it. If you just go to PSN profiles and look up Persona 4 Golden Platinum Trophy walkthrough, or just Google it, you'll find it. And it just gives you a day-by-day calendar of, and it's not a calendar like you see, it's just day, here's what you do, day, here's what you do. And it's very precise, and it gets you to where you need to be without having to worry about, am I missing something? Am I not? Because that to me is frustrating. I don't want to miss anything. But yeah. I don't want to play the game again. I probably will maybe one day, but I want to maximize everything I can do. So the game gives you really good advice. Like, for instance, it tells you to study tons in the beginning, and it has you reset the game if you don't get the bonuses for studying. And sometimes you're resetting the game like 10 times. But then your guy's getting so much smarter early on in the game that when you're reading books, you're reading them quicker and all of this. And so there's like this cascading effect if you follow this walkthrough. And I highly recommend it. For OCD gamers like me, it's just a real godsend. And I think that'll allow me to see Persona 4 Golden through to the end this holiday season. And finally, I've gone back to Far Cry 6. I'm just still dicking around. It's just excellent. It's just an excellent game. It's fun. And a couple people wrote in, I did forget about this if we want to talk about negatives. The game does have pretty substantial screen tearing, which I had totally forgotten about. And then someone had written in and I was like, oh yeah, that is true. And I don't even notice shit like that usually. So there is some screen tearing in the game, but whatever. I mean, I don't care. It's not the end of the world. I'd rather the game have screen tearing and be really fun than be really shitty, but run at 60 frames with no screen tearing.
Right.
Not to make excuses for it, of course. Far Cry 6, though, I don't feel like uses the SSD as quickly as I'd like it to use. I'm getting really impatient with games now. It's so funny how that's happened. It only takes like 5 seconds when you quick travel, but to me, I'm like, come on.
Yeah. Is Far Cry 6 cross-gen? It is, right?
It is.
It must be.
It is.
Yeah. That's usually that's kind of the reason.
Yeah, I think 4 was cross-gen too, right? So that was, I'm pretty sure, Far Cry 4 wiki. So Far Cry 4, yeah. So Far Cry 4 was cross, and then Far Cry 5 was the PS4 only.
Next
this
gen,
is cross-gen. Hopefully, we'll get another. Well, I think we are going to get another one. We'll see. So that's what I've been playing. Highly recommended all 3 of those games. Yes, I will finally play Persona 4 Golden all the way through, so you can all stop talking about it. It's been almost 10 years I've had to hear about this now, literally. All right. Guys, let's get into the news. Of course, we've earlier talked about the VGA stuff, so this is all the rest of the news we need to get through from the week. We don't want to forget anything. We'll start with number 1. We finally have release details surrounding the upcoming PlayStation 5 and PC iterations of Uncharted 4 at Thief's End and Uncharted Lost Legacy. And perhaps not shockingly, the details are convoluted and unnecessarily messy. In a post on the official PlayStation blog, Sony notes that the games will arrive on the platforms at separate times, which wasn't initially expected, and that we can begin playing both games on PS5 on January 28th. With details on the PC release to follow. Now, here's when things get stupid. For starters, Sony opted to quietly delist both games from the PlayStation Store as a la carte options on PlayStation 4. Presumably, they will never be available in such form on PS5 at all. This new bundle is instead now available on PS4 for $40, and you can then opt to pay a $10 upgrade fee to get the PS5 iteration upon launch. You can also wait to buy the PS5 version natively, which will run you $50. Likewise, using disc copies of the game won't allow you to circumvent this upgrade path. You have to pay for it. Oh, and if you have Uncharted 4 in particular from the PlayStation Plus collection, you need to pay the $10 upgrade fee too. There is a sliver of good news, though. If you buy the collection or upgrade your existing games in certain territories, you'll get a limited use voucher for the Uncharted film launching early next year, so you can go see it for free if you want. Uncharted 4 Thief's End launched in 2016 at the end of a tumultuous development cycle that saw the game partially rebooted and its longtime writer and creative director Amy Hennig leave Naughty Dog under unusual circumstances. The Lost Legacy came out the following year, a standalone spin-off starring series characters Chloe and Nadine. The Snack Squatch wrote in, he says, hey guys, the info on the Uncharted Thieves collection just came out. It said the games will have the following options: 1080p 60, 1080 120, and 4K 30. The higher frame rates are great, but with the game being 6 years old, why can't they get it to run at 4K 60? With games going forward, how do you think games will run? It's hard to imagine PS5 games running first-party games 4K 60 whenever 6-year-old PS4 games can't seem to get there. Thanks for all you do. Chris, are you surprised about that particular aspect of this, considering both the developer and the age of the game?
A little bit, yeah. It is a little strange to me, because his reasoning is sound. I mean, these are pretty old games at this point. There's really no reason why PS5 shouldn't be able to run these games at 4K. Wait, what is he trying to do? He's
saying 4K. It runs at 1080 60, 1080 120, or 4K 30, but not 4K 60.
He's wrong, by the way.
Is it wrong?
According to the PlayStation blog says, performance mode targets a 60 FPS frame rate. It doesn't say 1080p. It says 1080p for performance plus. So my theory is it's going to be a dynamic 1440p. But it doesn't say here the performance mode is 1080p. It just says performance plus.
Snack Squatch.
I feel like the police here, sometimes these write-ins, you're going to get checked by me.
Yeah, penalty. So, we have to do that. You're going to the penalty box, Snack Squatch, for that, if that's true.
Maybe I'm wrong. I'm looking at the PlayStation blog.
I mean, I believe you. You can read, you're literate. Nonetheless, I'm more confused. I mean, Dustin, let's stick with you, I guess.
Sure.
What do you think about the games coming separately to PS5 and PC? And if anything, I feel like this is actually a good sign. If you are one of these people that has a lot of consternation about the cross-platform releases of these games, I don't know if this signals that it's just not going to be ready. That's what I think it does signal. I think they realize the PS5 version is more important and the movie's coming out, so they need to act now. But This could also signal that maybe they are going to sever these two things. I just didn't expect that. And if anything, I'm a little disappointed because I don't know when they're going to finally rip that Band-Aid off. And I thought that maybe this was going to be the one, so we can just get it over with already.
Right. I'm guessing that it's because the PC version isn't quite ready yet. But I feel like it makes more sense if you're going to do an upgrade, give your console a little bit of extra, because there's some people that may double dip or whatever. It will make the people that have the PlayStation 5 feel like they're getting something a little extra early or something like that. But the thing that is just so weird to me is that, and I guess it's not weird, it's expected at this point, is that Sony's upgrade rigmarole at this point is just out of hand. Because I was wondering, so if you only own Uncharted 4 on disc and you pay the $10 upgrade fee, do you get an upgrade that includes Lost Legacy? Do you have to get that as well? Maybe it's explained in the PlayStation blog.
I don't. It's a good question. This is the point that I'm kind of trying to set up is, why are you doing this? Just make it free. I don't understand why you are charging $10 for these patches. Dustin, you have to say something.
Here, players who purchase Uncharted 4 Thief's End, Lost Legacy, or the digital bundle that has both have the option to pay $10 to upgrade to Uncharted 4 Legacy of Thieves digital version. The upgrade will be available starting at launch on January 28th. That indicates to me that if you only have one and you pay for the $10 upgrade, that you will get the other.
They really should have. I understand it's really it's audacious to say this, I know, but it's really not. They're making $10 off of people that have already bought the games. $10 each. You might as well make nothing. Just make it free. People that don't own the games already will buy it. If you want to stop people from using the PlayStation Plus collection for that upgrade, then just do that. I don't think anyone's going to be like, yeah, that's not cool. I think that's okay. But these are seminal PlayStation 4 games. Arguably some of the most seminal PlayStation 4 games. You'd think you just want to get them in people's hands. If the Uncharted universe is important enough to have a film, then make it as accessible on the game side as well. And you're going to make tons of sales by people that don't own the games and are buying it for the first time, by the way, on PC. So I don't understand why they're doing this. I understand because they're bean counters, but it's just so dumb. It's so optically stupid. It would have been so easy for them to just write a blog post saying, on January 28th, we're going to release the patch for PlayStation 5 for Uncharted 4. If you own it, it's all free. If not, come buy the game, check it out for the first time, 60 frames a second, 4K, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Don't get it.
It's never a good situation when people are confused about how to spend their money and what they're spending their money on. You know? That's never a good situation. If buying a game is convoluted, then there's already a huge problem.
And if you're explaining, you're losing, which is the old political adage that I think is relatively true. Now, I've not played Lost Legacy, so I'm really excited to play it. That's actually one of the very few first party holes in my catalog that I have, and that's because I wasn't playing games for a few months right at that time that came out. And so I just missed it. So I'm looking forward to playing it, but I don't know. I just don't understand why you want to make things so convoluted. You have to make things easy. People want simple, quickest route, right? It's just that simple. And anything that stands in between simplicity and the end goal is a problem. And if it's $10, that's all you're seeking, and you're going to make that from, I don't know, you're going to make like a few $1 million. I mean, I know that's nothing to them. I don't get it. So Real Radic wrote in though with another inquiry. He says, hey CDC, hope you boys are well. With Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection on PS5 seemingly removing the multiplayer functionality from the game, does this make the $10 upgrade even a bigger pill to swallow? You may dismiss the multiplayer being a non-factor, but there was still a dedicated player base playing Uncharted 4 online years later, and it is really disappointing to me that it will not receive a proper next-gen upgrade. Why do you think they made the decision to cut the multiplayer? It seems like a weird thing to do since it was fun amongst Uncharted fans, and PlayStation has been criticized for not providing more multiplayer experiences, so this decision baffled me. Thanks and take care, boys. My assumption is that it is probably well played, but I think that Naughty Dog is focused on factions, and I think if anything, maybe re-releasing and sprouting to the top a game like Uncharted that's going to take some eyeballs away from whatever they're planning on doing, which we might have already heard about at the BGAs. I think that's a mistake. What do you think, Dustin? Do you think that they should have put Uncharted 4's multiplayer in there?
I'm thinking it would have been more of a technical jump than they were willing to invest, being that whatever small audience still exists for this game, if you then do a patch for the new one, then you either have to make it crossplay, which I don't know how difficult that is, or you have to split your player base, which seems like it's already probably pretty small at this point. Not that they're not dedicated and it's well enjoyed. It's just probably not very big at this point. So they just decided, if you want to play the old version, then download the PS4 app, because I'm pretty sure it will still be available. They're not shutting down. You'll still be able to play it. You just can't. You'll have to do the thing where you press the start button and download the PS4 version as well.
It's just weird. I don't know. It's fine. It's not a huge deal, in my opinion, but simpler is better.
Right.
Number 2, The Last of Us on HBO has scored its bill, or at least the second actor to be cast in the role. According to website Variety, none other than Nick Offerman, the well-liked actor best known for his seminal role as Ron Swanson in the NBC comedy Parks and Recreation, will play the role of a survivor in The Last of Us's bleak landscape. You'll recall that a little-known actor named Con O'Neill had previously been cast in the role. However, Variety reports that a scheduling conflict caused him to drop out. Imagine... I was looking at this guy's filmography. I mean, maybe I don't know anything, but you really should have held on to The Last of Us, whatever you're dropping out for. Veterans of 2013's The Last of Us on PS3 will remember Bill as the lone inhabitant of a town in Massachusetts called Lincoln. It's here, when escaping Boston early in the game, that Joel and Ellie encounter Bill and work with him to fix a car to assist in their escape. You learn through exploration that Bill was a gay man who had a lover, Frank, who killed himself after becoming infected. Interestingly, you do leave Bill alive in the game, one of the few people you encounter who doesn't meet a grisly end in and around your presence. It's that last part that I think might be most important, although I don't know if it'll be relevant or not, depending on the specific story they're telling here. Chris, I'm curious what you think about this casting, which at first blush, I was like, what? And then it just totally made sense. I was like, this is totally fine. I'm totally fine with this.
Yeah. I could totally believe it. Like, I think we have a reasonable suspicion of seeing like comedic actors do serious roles or like serious things. I think ever since Jim Carrey tried that weird
23
stint where he was 23 and it's like, what are you doing? Like, be Eggman again. I think there's reason why people are a little bit iffy on that, but at the same time, some of the best transformations I've ever seen in acting has come exactly from that pool, like the comedy to drama or drama to comedy, like vice versa. I think those are actually find like really talented actors that way, and I think Nick Offerman is probably one of those people who could pull this off pretty well. I think of like Bryan Cranston, who was like that ridiculous, comic relief dad on Malcolm in the Middle, and then became Walter White, like out of nowhere, and it was incredible. He did a fantastic job. And I think I don't know if Nick Offerman is exactly that level, but I would be curious to see if he could do that. And why not? Why not give him the opportunity in this universe? This is a pretty bleak universe to try. So
yeah, well, I was gonna say, I remember. I mean, it's been a couple of years since I played The Last of Us through, but Bill was a little bit sardonic. Like it seems to be some sort of. It seems to make a little bit of sense when you think about it, and. It's funny you say about these actors taking different turns. Robin Williams was, of course, known for some serious roles, but of course, better known for his comedic roles. But I always think about that random role he took. Do you guys remember the movie 1 Hour Photo?
Yeah.
That was where he talks about Evangelion.
Yes.
Evangelion. Doesn't he say it wrong too? It's a real cringe.
But I always think about that movie because I'm like, this was so weird. And I couldn't get over how weird I thought that movie was when I was younger. But anyway, Dustin, what do you think of this casting?
It's funny because Nick Offerman, I mean, he's best well known for not Community, Parks and Rec, but I've seen that show, but I never had a particular attachment to it. The main show I've seen him in is a show called Devs, which was on FX and directed by one of my favorite directors, Alex Garland. And it's a serious role where he plays this creepy tech CEO that this company's figured out with quantum computing to be able to predict the future. And it's a fucking crazy and really, really good show. But for me, this just felt natural because in the show Devs, he has a long beard and long hair. So instantly I connected that. And I think he'll do great. I'm curious how much he'll be in the show, since this is kind of a step along their journey.
Yeah,
maybe just 2 episodes or something. I don't know.
It would be cool to know what happened to Bill afterwards.
Yeah,
they don't even really insinuate. So many people die in the game, both games, that he's like really stands out because he doesn't die. And so who knows what's happened with Bill. Number 3, can't wait to talk about this one. Publisher Ubisoft has revealed a new NFT-centered initiative called Quartz. As revealed on the website, as revealed on the official website, quartz.ubisoft.com. Quote, Ubisoft Quartz is a new experience for our players built upon our vision of creating an ever greater connection between you and the game worlds you love. It aims at offering you more autonomy and agency when interacting with the in-game items that help you craft your own story. This is the place where you can acquire digits, the first non-fungible tokens available in an HD game, and relying on energy efficient technology. End quote. Sorry. At the time of recording, the video on YouTube, since delisted but still viewable privately, has a 30-to-1 dislike to like ratio. The Quartz idea will be integrated in a test format into the divisive 2019 Ubisoft release Ghost Recon Breakpoint. So don't make the people hate that game even more, I guess. And it appears that guns, equipment, and more will be available and usable in the game as NFTs, which can then be traded and sold to other players later. NFTs, a sister idea to cryptocurrency, is currently taking the world by storm, though it remains a highly divisive gamble that, to some, like me, resembles a pyramid scheme. All right, so a lot of people wrote in about this. I just want to...
A lot of people messaged us too.
Yeah, I've got
last week.
Yeah, I started actually copying, and I told people, I was like, I'm copying and pasting my responses to these at this point. We heard from you, Crypto Bros. No, you didn't convince me. But Vincent Castro wrote in and said, hey, Crustlin. Actually, I like that. I don't get the Ubisoft Quartz backlash. It seems like a more sophisticated version of something like Counter-Strike skins in their marketplace. The markup today on virtual goods is unbelievable, considering they have no real value outside of selling your account altogether. Opening up the marketplace and allowing the player to sell their virtual goods at will seems like a good thing. We'll see exactly how Ubisoft plans to dole these NFT cosmetics out, but as it stands right now, I don't mind it. Chris, what do you think?
The way they describe it, Ubisoft Quartz is a new experience for our players built upon our vision of creating an whatever. That is the most nothing
Garbage.
sentence I think I've ever heard. It actually nothing is said at all. It doesn't explain it. It doesn't tell you what's different about, like, what functionally makes this an NFT and not a Counter-Strike skin. Like, what is I can't fathom this. I don't and I love that they named it too. They named it Quartz as if they know it's completely valueless.
Right. Like exactly. I was thinking the same thing.
It is wild to me that this is happening
for Micah.
And that, yeah.
Ubisoft's Formica.
Oh God, I don't know, Dustin. What I'm
you bring
fuming
up,
right now.
Vincent, you both bring up this idea of the Counter-Strike skin, and it's funny because when we were reading Vincent's question, I thought, oh yeah, this is just like Counter-Strike skins. Okay, but then at the same time, Chris, it's like the idea is just doesn't make any sense. Why is this new? How's this different than that? Does it, other than it's an official capacity for people to sell their shit online?
I think the argument is going to be that it's on the blockchain, and so it'll be transferable between games, which I don't think you can, presumably. Right? I think what's going to happen is that, because they're putting it in Breakpoint, but I think what's going to end up happening is that and it's interesting. What I envision is they're going to say, like, we're going to have 1,000 guns of this kind of gun. You can buy them and then transfer them between games, and they'll be a commodity. But people were talking about Counter-Strike, but didn't Diablo 3 do this?
They did.
So
yeah, and
it's not even that new of an idea. And it was called the Auction House, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a little confused by it too. Bobby Kowecki wrote in and said, hey guys, would love to circle back to talking about NFTs and specifically how they relate to the gaming space and offer a different perspective. While JRPGs. I always see JP and I think it's saying JRPGs. Well, JPEGs of cartoon apes with glasses are all the rage right now. Their application to games can really be the future, and in most cases have already been in place for a while now. All an NFT is placing scarcity on something digital and attaching value to it. Imagine for a second if a certain game only had one platinum trophy. Whoever nabbed it first would be able to hold it or sell it as a collector's item to the highest bidder. People have been doing this for years already, buying and selling Fortnite accounts with all of the best characters in a metaverse leaning toward future NFTs could change the game landscape from pay to play to pay to earn. Hoping this could offer a different POV on the topic, and hope the holidays find you all well. Thank you. And I only read things that disagreed with us because I don't need to hear more about the way we feel about it. But Dustin, I'm curious what you make of this, because I'm looking at this and seeing a situation wherein if the publishers gave a shit about you retaining your money, then what they would do, although this would be undoable and why it doesn't happen, they would just let you own the game that you buy digitally and then let you sell that game digitally, depending on how much it costs, or how much it's worth to you. The only thing is that there's no degradation, so there can't be a used digital games market. And you might recall, or maybe you guys don't, I wrote about it at IGN a long time ago, GameStop was really heavily investigating whether they were going to be able to do a used game marketplace on digital storefronts. And the publishers were like, what are you talking about? And this seems to be a similar thing. They're making it seem like they're making some sort of value for you, but what they're doing is making you give them more value. And if you don't see that in what this is, these aren't baseball cards. They're not pieces of art in the Louvre, right? They're not. And it's up to each of you to spend your money how you want, but be very careful. As I said to someone in a letter on Patreon, I am skeptical of crypto. I am a hard no on NFTs. It just seems so obvious. Dustin, what do you think?
I feel like this is a way for the publishers to just get in on some of the money that's already out there. One of these write-ins mentioned the idea of selling accounts, and this happens all the time. There's an entire market for gold on World of Warcraft or weapons, whatever. All of this is technically against the terms of service of the game. And so you can imagine that when games incorporate this, that every transaction they're going to take a little bit out of. And so they're proposing it as, hey, you'll be able to sell your in-game items through NFTs and you won't have to sell an entire account. But the reality is, and that's true, that is a feature of it, if I'm understanding correctly, but they're now going to be able to make money off of this entire market that has sprung up around digital items in games. So I don't know. It just, I will honestly say that I don't fully understand it, and you don't need to send me a DM on Twitter about explaining the entire thing. It's okay. I'm not going to actively shit on this exact thing because we really don't know how it will operate. But I think another big concern, and again, this is something I don't fully know the background on, is that a lot of people have concerns from an environmental aspect on NFTs, because if it's running on the blockchain, it's processing through a GPU stored somewhere, some kind of calculation. And so there is that concern about it as well. Whether that is more or less than a game exists, or not a game, an item existing on a server for your account somewhere, I don't know. But it seems to be a valid concern a lot of people have.
Yeah, a valid environmental concern. I just look at it as, because I had said last week, Bitcoin at some point they stop mining and it stops, right? Then the only thing that's left are the Bitcoins that are mined. You can't have both a commodity and a piece of artwork. Like, if oil is a commodity, right? When we reach, or if we've already reached peak oil, which means that we've reached the maximum daily amount of oil and we will go down from there. It's a market disaster. It's the exact opposite of a commodity when you think about Bitcoin or any sort of cryptocurrency. It doesn't really make any sense. Gold is valuable because it has a real use in the real world. Copper is valuable as a commodity. Wheat is valuable as a commodity, on and on and on, plastic and so on and so forth. And even real artwork, because Rene Magritte is a painter I'm like really interested in right now. And I would love to own a Rene Magritte, but they're millions of dollars. I can order a copy of it and put it in a frame and put it on my wall, and maybe it would be even indistinguishable if you get one of those weird designs where it looks like it was painted, but it's not the real one. And there's just nothing interesting about having a real digital item. In fact, I feel like in some ways, and I know a lot of people are like, old man yelling at clouds, you don't get it. Maybe. But for me, it seems like in the future, what will be valuable are real items. And the scarcity will be in that there are fewer and fewer real things. Right. Why would you want digital value when you're growing every day in digital value? It just seems like it's hard to explain But for me, it seems like it's just this really expansive game where the only people that are playing it are those that are in it, like in on it, or those that know they can take advantage of those in on it. No one is doing it because there's real value. And that's called speculation. Bad. It's not like speculating on lumber because you're always going to need lumber. It's not speculating on oil because you're always going to need oil. I want people to be really careful. I know there are people out there that make a lot of money on NFTs and crypto. I know. But a lot of people lose a lot of money. Everything.
Yeah, a lot of people make a ton of money in Vegas. Doesn't mean you're one of those people. In fact, you're probably going to lose a lot. And I just hate this because it seems like a really convoluted and annoying. And it seems like a big convoluted, annoying process just kind of stapled onto something that's already existed for a while. Like the auction house, like these like kind of these Counter-Strike skins that sell for like a lot of, or any number of these old ideas, except, hey, what if you could download a Counter-Strike skin? It's the only one in existence and you get to kill a tree. It's like, I don't understand. Like, what's valuable? I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't care. And it's all very dumb.
Yeah, it's
crypto. I actually believe in a lot more. Like I actually, like, I'm not even that skeptical on crypto. I think I get it. But this is just extra stupid. And you can tell it's extra stupid because you look at Bitcoin and it's not nearly as ridiculous as a smiling monkey in a fucking 8-ball jacket purporting to be worth anything. There's such a clear difference in how seriously even the concepts take themselves. And you have Dogecoin and stuff like that. That's like meme stuff, and that's fine. But this is all Dogecoin. NFTs are all just a big meme, and you better hope you get off that ride on time. Is all I'm saying.
I agree. And as far as Bitcoin, I mean, that's just obviously the biggest example. There are many cryptocurrencies. Yeah. My argument against crypto is simply this, and it's simply this. First of all, the volatility of Bitcoin makes it unusable as currency. Bitcoin has fluctuated 25% in the last month. That would destroy most currencies. So the fact that it didn't destroy Bitcoin doesn't say anything about Bitcoin. It means that no one is using Bitcoin like a currency. That's why it hasn't collapsed. But apart from that, people are like, well, the USD, what if the USD collapses or whatever? I'm like, guys, if the US dollar collapses and is no longer the reserve currency of the United States, we are in trouble. And I don't think your cryptocurrency is going to get us out of that. Yeah. Like real talk. If the American military backs the USD, if USD is no longer a viable currency, we're fucked. And you're probably not going to have access to an electronic device to be able to get your cryptocurrency at that point.
It reminds me when people are like, what if Microsoft and Sony like stop supporting PlayStation and Xbox, and what if you can't download your physical games, or you can't download your digital games anymore, and you lose that access? And it's like, if Microsoft is gone, something massive has happened.
I would say
to the point where like I would argue if Microsoft is gone, you probably shouldn't be playing video games. Because something crazy is going on if Microsoft just vanishes from the face of the fucking earth. Microsoft is so big and strong and powerful that it's so inconceivable that would ever happen. Sony to a lesser extent, but even still, like I don't know, like I feel like in a situation where just out of nowhere, like no heads up at all, just Sony and Microsoft just gone, you got way bigger problems. You better start fighting over water and shit.
Yeah, I walk in.
Fuck gold also. Like you're not gonna want gold. You're gonna want knives,
right,
and wheat and water.
Yeah, like real commodity.
And beans.
Like I say, like I walk into some sort of post-apocalyptic settlement. I'm trying to get what I can. People are trading their bullets and their medicine, or whatever. And I'm like, dude, I got 3 Ethereum on the blockchain, and they immediately enslave me. All right. Moving on. Number 4. Rockstar has revealed new content for its popular GTA Online service that both delivers some content story-centric players may be hungry for, while also confirming a recent rumor and also eliminating another. Here's the rub. An online story called The Contract is coming to GTA Online beginning December 15th. It's notable for multiple reasons. First of all, it introduces one of Grand Theft Auto 5's protagonists, Franklin, who has founded a company of his own in the post-GTA 5 world, F. Clinton and Partner, a so-called celebrity solutions agency. The other big piece of the puzzle is the inclusion of Dr. Dre himself, who is both a character and provides original music for the content pack. Now, we mentioned rumors earlier, and you may recall that Snoop Dogg basically let the cat out of the bag about Dre's involvement with GTA a few months ago. At that time, however, it was assumed that Dre may be working on original content for a possible Grand Theft Auto 6, which doesn't seem to be the case. That said, Snoop also sonically appears in the trailer, so we may see more collaboration here in the future. Grand Theft Auto Online launched in 2013, just weeks after Grand Theft Auto 5 came to PlayStation 3. In 2021, 7 years after launch, GTA Online grossed Rockstar and Take-Two Interactive more than $1 billion in revenue, 3 to 5 times the total budget of the biggest AAA games. Brent Lindquist wrote in and said, "Hey, fellas, Grand Theft Auto Online has a new story featuring Franklin and Dr. Dre himself. I have no interest in GTA Online, but I love the single-player stories of Rockstar's games. Can we potentially assume that this might be what the future GTA stories look like, especially in the wake of all the notable departures from the company in recent years?" Dustin, we'll start with you. What do you think about this announcement? It's a little disappointing in my view because I was really hoping that Dre was just going to be some substantial portion of a new Grand Theft Auto game where he was going to do a whole channel of radios, because he hasn't done an album in like 6 or 7 years. So I thought that was going to be like some sort of thing. It's still big because he has original music on this for the first time in years, but what do you think about this announcement?
Yeah, I think it's awesome. Dr. Dre, he's an OG.
Oh.
And he's awesome. So to see him in the game is very cool. I don't think I will check it out just because the few times that I have gone into GTA Online to check a new thing out, it's always you have to grind and do this in order to get to that content. But who knows, with such a big name attached, I wonder if they'll make it easy to get in and check out that content. Dr. Dre, though, he's interesting to me just in that I don't know if he still is, but he's an executive at Apple, I think, due to the Beats by Dre purchase.
Oh yeah, right. He's on the board, I think. Yeah.
So the dude is clearly very successful in many avenues, and so
he's like the original hip hop entrepreneur. Before Damon Dash, before Jay-Z. All that. I mean, they do it great too, but yeah.
And what's interesting about this too is Dr. Dre is performing at the Super Bowl this year with Eminem, Snoop Dogg, Kendrick.
Oh, really?
So that'll be interesting as well. It's kind of all. Oh wait, okay, wait. Here's the on Wikipedia. Dre will perform at Super Bowl with all these people. On December 8th, Rockstar announced the unreleased exclusive tracks from Dr. Dre and other artists would be a key element. Okay, so that's just tied together. So who knows? Maybe Dre is gearing up to release a new album or something, and this is kind of synergy or whatever, since there's the Super Bowl also. But it's a big get for GTA. It's kind of the ultimate get, actually, in my opinion, when it comes to rappers, which there's obviously a huge connection between GTA games and rap music as a whole.
I agree. What do you think, Chris? Do you think we'll see more of this? Do you like that this is the solution, it seems like, to give us some story content?
I don't like that this is the solution, but I'm glad it's happening. I'm glad there is a solution in place. I would obviously I would have preferred a full-on Grand Theft Auto 6 with Dr. Dre being a main character. How awesome.
That would be awesome. Yeah.
How awesome would that have been, instead of just having this kind of like tacked on thing to GTA Online? But I mean, I get it. A lot of people play GTA Online. It makes a lot of money. You'd be kind of dumb not to give those people some single player stuff as well, because I'm sure a lot of people got into GTA Online without even really caring that much about the single player.
Definitely. I would assume that's true.
Yeah. So why not get people, kind of entice people a little bit with something that could be of really high quality? I'm just glad that single player content to some degree, and I know it's not single player, it's story, but that they're putting that foot forward still in Grand Theft Auto Online, because they really could have easily not have done this. It actually would have probably been a lot easier for them not to, and just continue to pump out, here's a McLaren, or here's a jetpack, or just here's a Spider-Man skin, or just like any number of things that you see in a lot of live service online only games. And the fact that they decided, you know what, we're going to do a story with like a big name attached. I think that's really cool. And I it's not what I wanted, but it's definitely this is a better timeline than I thought we were in.
Yeah.
I'll put it that way.
I think that's very well said. We'll keep an eye out for more from them, and hopefully they will turn the corner and we'll hear more about GTA 6 soon, although I think it's years out still.
Yeah, for sure.
Number 5, amidst controversy at mega publisher Activision-Blizzard, primarily but not only regarding allegations of sexual impropriety and assault, gender discrimination, and more, comes a series of layoffs that would at other times seem small and inconsequential, but in fact gives employees at the publisher's various fully owned development studios a reason to hit back. The hullabaloo began days ago at Raven, the Wisconsin-based studio founded more than 30 years ago in the shadow of id Software. Its 1994 FPS Heretic and 1995 FPS Hexen, both on PC, launched the studio to success, and though it has since dabbled in many universes, including Quake, Marvel, Wolfenstein, and others, it has been working on Call of Duty games exclusively for more than a decade, since it launched Singularity on PS3 in 2010. According to the Washington Post, Raven has begun the process of laying off QA contractors, not unprecedented, but still a surprise considering Raven's extensive and ongoing work of Call of Duty Warzone. While some will be brought on full-time, others will be jettisoned entirely, and many Activision workers, including those at Raven, are using the opportunity to speak out about Activision, assuming nothing will befall them as a result. Indeed, 200 workers across the company walked out following the layoffs, not exactly a staggering amount considering the company employs 10,000 people. Perhaps most interesting of all were criticisms leveled publicly on social media by Raven's own community manager, Austin O'Brien, though Raven itself notes that it doesn't consider these eliminated positions layoffs at all. Okay, so I had some original reporting on this to share with you guys.
Oh.
So I talked to a source that indicated to me a little bit gave me some clarity here. So apparently there were about 60 QA people at Raven working primarily on Warzone, and they were all on external contracts. Now, apparently these contracts were allowed to lapse, and then the people were still kept on for some of them for quite a long period of time, just basically, ad hoc work. And at some point, the numbers didn't match anymore. And so the 60 people were supposed to be whittled down to 45. They were going to keep 45 permanently, and about 15 were lost. So it seems like the reporting is a little bit off from Washington Post about this, according to my sources. These people were never full employees, and now many of them are full employees. However, my source does say that some people that were lost were completely integral to the success of Warzone getting out, and that this is causing, and this is the interesting part, QA specifically across all of the studios are going to apparently begin striking. And this might already be happening by the time the show airs, but apparently the QA teams are in such disarray right now at the various studios that they will cause either, and this is what my source says, that either there'll be bugs that would otherwise not be in very clean Activision products that will need to be whittled out over time, or the unthinkable happens and Activision begins delaying products, which my source reminded me never happens. Activision doesn't delay shit.
Yeah.
So I think, as far as I understand, people at Raven and other Activision-owned studios are using this as a fight against contract work. So in other words, a lot of lower-rung employees at these developers are contractors. They're not full-time W-2 employees. They're 1099 employees. And that's fine because a lot of people like that. It gives them flexibility. A lot of people don't like that because it doesn't give them benefits and security. So apparently these devs are going to kind of start striking they're wildcat strikes because they're not even they don't have a union organizing them, and this is against contract work. They don't want to have contract work at Activision anymore, and they feel like Activision is quite vulnerable right now. You'll see that there is a fund pot currently being raised of $1 million. That's their goal, to have some sort of strike fund for those that strike and then will be paid, which is a common thing that unions do. And Activision employees, the unionizers, are currently trying to actively encourage people to sign their union cards, because I think once they get 30%, then they could start voting on if they will unionize the studios. So there's some pretty serious stuff happening over there. Dustin, I don't know if you guys have any thoughts, but Dustin, do you have anything to add?
Just that this idea of being anti-contract work is very interesting to me, just in that the only experience I've had with this was when I was in the running for a job at IGN. Part of it was my first year there would have been under contract. And I remember that being a big factor in when I was thinking about it. I didn't end up getting the job, so I didn't have to make the decision. But basically, in this situation, I would have moved out to San Francisco and been there for a year, not knowing if I was going to get fully hired. And apparently that's at the time. I don't know about now. So maybe this is different. But at the time, that was how they brought on a lot of new people as a security in case it ended up not working out. So I'm curious about how often this occurs in our industry, this idea of contracts. I think sometimes it might make sense to do contract work. For example, with Warzone, it could have been a possibility that they were working on this new map or whatever, and they know they needed more people for a set amount of time. It sounds like that may not have been the exact way that this all unfolded, just in that they're, Colin, you said integral people to the process of launching Warzone that have been let go.
That's what I've been told, and I've been told, you can't underestimate the importance of QA. They're a pretty abused part of the game dev system, and I don't know that they deserve full-time jobs or whatever, but I do know, and this is what my source kind of indicated was, and we all know this, it's fucking comical that Activision is trying to save money on this.
Yeah.
Just, what are you saving? I run a small company. We are all 1099, or I'm W2, but everyone is 1099. I can't afford to pay people's, we're a small business. I can't afford to pay benefits. I can't afford to pay healthcare. We're just not in that position right now. We'd have fewer people working for us, and I just don't think that that's the route to growth. Small businesses do that all the time. Activision's a Fortune 500 company. They can afford to pay 60 people full-time wages and benefits. They already employ 10,000. So it seems like it's much ado about nothing. Chris, do you have anything to add before we move on?
No, I mean, I don't know, because I actually know someone who does QA at Raven. And I reached out to them, and I was really curious about this, and they haven't gotten back to me. It's on Facebook. This is my only contact with him, so it could be that he just doesn't use the Facebook anymore. But I'm waiting for a response on that, because I am genuinely curious as to like what exactly is happening over there, and how they were notified, and what were the was he under contract? What was the implications? Because he started working there over a year ago, and he moved to do this, and it sucks that he's just being laid off after a year, just because they wanted to restructure their QA, which is that's the only thing that I saw him post about. So I'm actually, I don't want to say anything yet because I don't really know.
No, I understand that.
I could potentially have interesting insight on this.
No, you might, and I would love to hear more of that next week if we can. Yeah. But in the meantime, we'll kind of put a pin in it. We wish. I will say this. This has happened pretty stunningly and fast in my life too. I've politically evolved in many ways over my life. I've believed things that I don't believe, and so on and so forth as I find my way through life. But I will say that my anti-union, I never really had a problem with private unions, but just, I always used to make fun of unions and just never really understand them. That's eroded pretty quickly in the last few years, when it's become clear I'm a capitalist through and through, but I really try to treat my people well. And I don't know that I would ever be in a position where I was making $30 million a year and then people were being laid off from my company. It doesn't make sense. I know it's not that simple. I know it's not that linear, but it still doesn't make a whole lot of sense. When Warzone, in this case, is huge, Raven is a massively important cog in the machine of Call of Duty, which it can't be understated for the importance of Activision. It just seems very strange. And it just seems weird to pick a fight with people when you're at your most vulnerable. If anything, Activision-Blizzard should be doing everything they can to put out every fire possible. They should just be firing fire extinguishers all over the place just in case. Bonuses, new equipment, promotions, whatever. Make everyone as happy as possible. This is the exact opposite, and they're going to use it to dunk on them. And, it couldn't happen to a nicer company, I think, at this point. Number 6, ominous Chinese corporation Tencent, which comes up fairly often on this show in relation to the slow annexation of Western gaming entities, has officially established its Western AAA-centered label. They're calling it Level Infinite, a brand, quote, dedicated to delivering high-quality games to a global audience, end quote, according to multiple sources. Working from both Asia and Europe, Level Infinite has a dual-pronged approach. They will both publish games and partially fund and otherwise support other games, so first and second party. It's that latter bucket that will be most relevant to us here, as Tencent will leverage its ownership of gaming developers Funcom, Sharkmob, and Fat Shark to bring a handful of games we already knew about to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, including action game Conan Chop Chop, FPS Metal Hellsinger, Battle Royale Vampire the Masquerade Bloodhunt, and Warhammer 40k game Vermintide 2. Tencent, founded in the late 90s, is widely considered to be an operating organ of the Chinese Communist Party. Indeed, 25% of its workforce are card-carrying members of the CCP. Impressive considering it employs nearly 100,000 people. Its expansion into Western gaming has been significant. Considering it employs nearly its expansion into Western... I read the wrong line. Its expansion into Western gaming has been significant. Tencent owns all of Riot, as well as the aforementioned Funcom and Sharkmob, most of Supercell, 40% of Epic, a quarter of Don't Nod and Bloober Team, 20% of Japanese developer Marvelous, nearly 10% of From Software's holding company Katakawa, 5% each of Activision, Remedy, Ubisoft, and Paradox, and unknown but assumed substantial portions of Platinum, Roblox, Playtonic, Discord, Clay, and Jaeger, and others. Forrest Hunter wrote in and said, "Hey, you beautiful men, it looks like China is putting the screws to Tencent a little bit. Is it possible that Chinese companies invest so heavily in Western markets to simply get away from mainland Chinese regulations? And if that is the case, doesn't that give Western companies a little more leverage when it comes to dictating the censorship of content within their products?" The answer, Forrest, is yes and no. I don't know if you guys have been reading about this, and people out there have been reading about it, but Tencent, and we talked about it a little bit, but China, the government is changing the rules around gaming so drastically that it's actually starting to really hurt Tencent. And Tencent is eagerly, no doubt, Forrest, and investing in places where they don't have to worry about China, but it is not going to be reciprocal. There is no way that it is going to be reciprocal. So
yeah,
that's why it's not even worth, entertaining that notion. Now, Chris, I think we have to kind of come to, we talk about this every so often, but as mergers and acquisitions continue, and as Chinese money and other foreign money that we don't want in gaming, like Saudi money, for instance, and I'm not talking about Saudi people, I'm talking about the Saudi royal family.
Right.
It seems likely to me that we're going to have to start making either decisions about, and I'm not saying us as a show, but individuals will have to start making a decision about the games we interact with and support, or find effective ways to protest. And that's what I always say about, people always say, what if Patreon was purchased by Tencent? I keep saying to people when they say that to me, it's not going to happen, because that doesn't seem to really be congruent. I don't know how that would work. But if they did, would I leave Patreon? I don't think so. My whole business and all the people that are relying on me, they rely on Patreon. So what I would do is just be as provocative as possible. I push as many buttons as possible just to see what would happen. And I think sometimes you can fight effectively like that. But I've also made decisions with the company to, for instance, have American merchandise. So we can make small decisions around the margins. I think people just need to start figuring out what they're comfortable with, because you're going to have to start making decisions pretty soon. And I think it's okay to say, I don't want to play this game. And I don't mean a specific game, meaning I don't want to play the game of deciding who owns what. It's just a messy situation, but you might not be able to avoid it for long. What do you think, Chris?
What about the general idea of that was kind of that was a little windy. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Of avoiding. What do you think of avoiding Chinese products, or making some sort of pact, as it were, with yourself that this is how you want to interact with those products? Just like there are Jewish people still today that will not get in a Mercedes, right? They will not get in a BMW.
Right.
It won't happen. But that's not every Jewish person.
I think, like any personal choice, this has to come from, this is all going to be an individual choice on all of our behalves, and unfortunately China is so deeply wrapped in so much of our industry now that I don't know if you can really full on escape. Like, let's say you like video games purely because you play Call of Duty and nothing else. Like, let's say you're that person, and Activision has these ties to to Tencent, or these ties to the Chinese government where they censor their trailers. They get rid of Tiananmen Square footage in their Call of Duty game because it's not cool by China standards, and they are somehow okay with that. And by the way, Google lets them do that and keep the URL, which is wild. What do you do? What do you do? Do you just like throw away your hobby like entirely? This is going to mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And it really, it sucks because you could be somebody who just happens to not be interested in these games. And then you could kind of walk around and feel like really high and mighty because it's like, I'm not buying Chinese games, but it's like, well, you don't like those games anyway. Like, you're not sacrificing anything. You're just continuing on as normal and just so happen to have not been affected by this. What about the people who genuinely just love these series that are, or like, what's SNK?
Right. That's what
do you do there? That sucks. Like if I'm a huge SNK fan, like I love Metal Slug and these games. I was actually looking forward to Metal Slug Tactics, and then I remembered, like what do I do now? Because that looks awesome. And I think the developers deserve success, but also like, how do you? This is a really tough moral question, and it's a tough moral question specifically because I feel like boycotts and stuff, and that kind of idea of protest, I don't know if it really translates well to the modern era where so many corporations and so many companies are global. You know, boycotts came from the idea of, or from an era where things were a lot less interconnected. You know, a company or a store, their reputation in a town was important because that was their people. Those were their customers. That was where they existed. If you staged a boycott to like a mom and pop shop in the 1950s, there's a pretty good chance that mom and pop shop is going to be hurting pretty bad unless they react to the criticism. That's not the case now. You could boycott the shit out of Activision. If every single person who buys video games in California didn't buy the next Call of Duty game, they would still make millions on it. And how do you fight that, really? It's I don't know if I have an answer, man. Like it's a lot to kind of process, but I think ultimately everybody just has to live in the most comfortable way that they're comfortable with. And I think if you can do that in a way that's morally consistent, then that's a benefit to you. But it's not always easy, especially in these very weird times where everything's got some weird percentage of a connection to some horrible thing that you don't know anything about. You know, Sony was paying this dude's bills. You know, it's not that the guy we were talking about earlier, the guy who got busted by that Predator hunter. Sony doesn't have anything to do with that. But I mean, in a weird way, they supported this guy. Not actively, not like, oh, I support you for doing this, but like they kept a roof over his head. They gave him a lot of money for reasons that had nothing to do with it. So it's like there's all these like weird tendrils that kind of latch into other things, and everything is so interconnected now that I don't think it's possible to be like 100% morally consistent.
I agree. I mean, that was kind of the conclusion that we drew when we talked about it last. Was I simply choose not to play that game for the most part. I want to make it. I want to make certain choices that I can. Like for instance,
as often as you can.
Right. I bought American appliances when I got my new house, and I try to support American made products. But you can't always do that. We play PlayStation 5. There is no American PlayStation 5. They're all Chinese. So if you want to play PlayStation, and you're exactly right, you have no choice. And as hopeless as what you're saying sounds, it's true. It rings true to me. It seems like boycotts. I mean, I think even major boycotts of legitimate things. When you think about Occupy Wall Street 12 or 13 years ago, pretty comical in a lot of different ways, but certainly righteous in its own way, and pretty substantial, and didn't do anything. And you see these people. It was at Kellogg, where they were striking, and then they just got all replaced, like 1,800 of them. They're just like, fine, fuck it, bye, and just replace them. And it just doesn't seem. It seems like power is diminishing as things get monopolized, and as mergers and acquisitions happen, and the rich get richer, and all of that. And God, I sound like a fucking communist, but it's true. And I want to just say that it is nonetheless it's true that money is the be all end all, and that a lot of the companies you're doing business with are not immoral but amoral. and do not care about the Uyghur Muslim concentration camps, do not care about the hawkishness towards Taiwan, do not care about the police state, do not care about the communist state, any of that. They don't care. And that's the sad state of affairs. Because the one thing I will say is that when it comes to me making money, not spending it, making it, I have no interest in that market. Don't want their money, don't want their investment. And I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is as long as it doesn't affect those around me. And that is the sad state of affairs. But I will say this, and Dustin, we'll kick it over to you. If there's any geopolitical situation that people should actually be paying attention to right now, it's actually what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. If you want to talk about what's happening with games, there are studios in Ukraine that are basically going to cease to function again, just like they did in 2014 when Russia invaded Crimea. You'll remember that 4A Games, the Metro studio, they moved to Malta completely during the last war. Frogwares, the guys that did the Sinking City and the Sherlock Holmes game that just came out, they're moving to Ireland. So there are things that are happening all over the place and no one's paying any attention. I think the only team that's staying in Kiev is GSC Game World, the Stalker guys, you know? So if you want to talk about the intersection of geopolitics, war, economy, and all of that, and where it's actually going to affect games right now, it's in Ukraine. And I don't think people are paying attention to that either. But that's an aside. Dustin, do you have anything to add?
The only thing I have to add, because I think that both of you said pretty much everything that I could say, is that I think it's just important in situations like this to follow your own conscience, because that's really all you can do. Like you guys said, no one can live a true moral life when it comes to the products you interact with. But if you feel guilty about something or you don't feel guilty about another, then that's probably okay. You know, you just got to kind of follow your own feelings about it. I think that that's most important. And don't let people be like, how could you buy this because of XYZ? You know what I mean? Which maybe in some like extreme scenarios that could be true, but you know, make your own decisions and your own guidelines.
I agree. And live as moralistically as you can, but we all understand. It's just like the environment. None of us want to dump carbon into the atmosphere. We all want to live a carbon neutral life, but it's not really possible. I think the best we can do is make individual choices that make things better, recycle, drive less, whatever, but also understand, to Chris's point, that nothing will matter whatsoever until you get everyone on board, like China and India, for instance. It doesn't even matter. Right. And it's the same thing as boycotting. You can feel really good about recycling, but at the end of the day, it's just your little imprint on an otherwise disastrous situation that you cannot control. And it's the same thing with, that's
also just like that's a whole other topic with the psychological manipulation of just big corporations telling you to recycle, like you're the problem, is like astounding.
Or when you go to hotels and it's like, be green, don't put this card on your bed if you don't want us to strip the bed today. Yeah. I'm like, you're doing it because you don't want to spend money. Stop making it seem like I'm doing anything or that you're
so fucking annoying. It's like, here's all this plastic. By the way, recycle because plastic is bad. It's like, why are you giving me plastic then? I can't do anything.
My favorite thing about plastic is that it's made out of oil. Or made with oil, I should say, not out of.
My favorite thing was when you used to live in Santa Monica and you would go around to all those like trash cans that had the garbage and the recycling side of the trash can, and then you'd look inside and it was just the same. Yeah. Like there was the divider on the lid, but no divider in the can, so it was just the same bag.
So stupid.
So stupid.
That is psychological as fuck. All right, number 7. As they do each and every month, Sony has revealed the top downloaded games from the PlayStation Store across platforms, this time for the month of November. On PlayStation 5, these were the top 20 most downloaded paid games in order: Call of Duty Vanguard, Battlefield 2042, GTA The Trilogy Definitive Edition, NBA 2K22, Miles Morales, Guardians of the Galaxy, Madden NFL 22, Far Cry 6, Skyrim, FIFA 22, Deathloop, Riders Republic, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Back 4 Blood, Demon's Souls, Ghost of Tsushima, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Doom Eternal, and Resident Evil Village. Over on PS4, the top 20 looks like this in order: Call of Duty Vanguard, Battlefield 2042, NBA 2K22, Madden NFL 22, Grand Theft Auto 5, GTA Trilogy Definitive Edition, FIFA 22, Jump Force, Red Dead Redemption 2, Minecraft, Miles Morales, Ghost Recon Breakpoint, Far Cry 6, The Crew 2, UFC 4, The Last of Us Part 2, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Naruto to Boruto, Shinobi Striker, Farming Simulator 22, and Back 4 Blood. On PSVR, the top 10 looks familiar. Beat Saber, Gun Club VR, Job Simulator, Skyrim, Sniper Elite, Surgeon Simulator, Rick and Morty Virtual Reality, Gorn, Swordsman VR, and Superhot. Fortnite, Call of Duty Warzone, Rocket League, and Apex Legends dominated the free-to-play charts across PS4 and PS5. Interesting anecdote. They often split up the North American and European charts for these different games. I use the North American charts. However, for the free-to-play games, eFootball, remember I was telling you guys that they had a really big opportunity that they squandered, fell all the way down to number 9 in the United States, number 2 in Europe. So people are still playing it even after all of the hullabaloo. Very exciting
even
for them because
all the messed up
because FIFA
ball physics.
It's great. Yeah, then they'll fix the ball physics soon. Chris, what do you think about seeing Skyrim back up in here? Microsoft published Skyrim on PS5.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, Skyrim is just one of those games that, listen, I know everybody likes to complain about Todd Howard and Bethesda like constantly selling you Skyrim, but you keep buying it. You keep rewarding it. So you guys can't complain about this anymore. Like, I think genuinely as an entire industry, we have lost the right to complain about Skyrim being sold to us constantly because it keeps popping up. It just keeps popping up in the top 10 every so often. It's like, oh, what's it been? 26 years since Skyrim's come out? Cool. Top game of the United States for like May 2046 or whatever.
You're right. It goes to show you how ineffectual shows like this are to the base of gamers who buy games. And that doesn't, I mean, I saw you shaking your head, but GTA, the Trilogy Definitive Edition, selling like gangbusters. Call of Duty Vanguard, even though selling softer, still the top selling game. Like it does go to show you. Battlefield 2042, which is widely considered broken.
Yeah.
And so these are still the best selling games.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is that a lot of people felt like they could trust Rockstar, and rightfully so. And turns out you can't. You can't trust anybody because eventually they will let you down. And that's what Rockstar did. But, you know, at the end, they got the money. So who cares, right? I mean, sure, they probably do care and that they're going to fix it and they want to make sure that their name isn't tarnished too bad from this. But
maybe
I would encourage people to don't blindly pre-order, which we talked about before. But when it's check out, you don't need to read the review necessarily and get things spoiled for you, but at least take a peek at the reviews. And if there isn't reviews or the reviews are specific to one platform, that's a red flag. And you should be aware of that. And maybe you decide to make the purchase anyway. I actually fell for this once, particularly, actually twice, many years ago. One was when Assassin's Creed Unity came out, and the reviews weren't out that morning. They weren't allowed to publish until noon. And I bought the game that morning anyway, and I was not pleased about it. The second one was Mass Effect Andromeda, which I was smart enough to... the reviews came out, and then I got it in the mail, and I just returned it. Because I said, no, I'm not doing this. I just returned it. So you gotta... don't be like me many years ago. Just wait. Do a little research.
That Assassin's Creed anecdote is interesting because that is one of... Ubisoft used to, at IGN, have these really ridiculous embargoes where they would be after the game was already available. And I believe it was around that time when we stopped taking those embargoes. We're like, we don't accept any embargo that is a minute after the moment the game is available. Because their argument used to be like, give us 18 hours or 12 hours after the game comes out. And it's like, no.
Why?
Because their whole argument was... well, their thing is like, we're giving you early access, so you're going to abide by our embargo. And the second thing is that it's exactly what Dustin said. They know that they sell all their games in the first day, and they want to make sure to hold off as long as possible. It's shitty. So at that point, we were like, we don't accept those embargoes anymore. And I don't even think you see those embargoes anymore.
Right.
I could be wrong. I don't get any embargoes anymore because I don't talk to anyone. All right, let's move through these. We can move through these quickly. Number 8, Sony has revealed the newest offerings coming to PlayStation Now to be available by the time you hear this podcast. The big entry, as promised months ago, is Grand Theft Auto 3, the Definitive Edition. While it's available as part of the GTA Trilogy Definitive Edition package, you can download and play it on your PS4 a la carte as part of PS Now until January 31st. GTA 3 first came to PlayStation 2 in 2001 and PlayStation 4 in 2015, although that PS4 port is no longer available. Final Fantasy X and X-2 HD Remaster are also available on Now, games that were earlier released together on PS3 and Vita in 2014. Final Fantasy X first came to PS2 in 2001, Its sequel followed in 2003. Licensed strategy game John Wick Hex from Bithell Games also arrives, having first launched on PS4 in 2020. And finally, co-op arcade game Spitlings, launched in 2020 on PS4, is also free with your Now subscription. And number 9 is a brief wrap-up. Website Gamatsu reports puzzle game One Shot comes to PS4 at some point in 2022, while Metroidvania Afterimage comes to PS4 and PS5 in late 2022. And finally, newly purchased electronic arts label Codemasters has revealed its upcoming racing game, Grid Legends, comes to both PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 on February 25th, 2022. Quite a lot of people excited about that. And it will be the first Codemasters EA game, I think. Which will be
Oh, yeah.
Almost was Take-Two, as we might recall.
Oh.
All right, boys, let's do as we always do. 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas to end this episode of Sacred Symbols from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/laststandmedia. Please do support us over there. We could not do it without you. Early ad-free access to every episode of the show, Sacred Symbols Plus, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, get your name in the credits, etc., and so on. Let's start with Corey Vaught. It says, hey, CDC. With the release of DLC for Kingdoms of Amalur coming up, I'm finally giving it a shot. I remember when it released, it received average reviews, but now everyone calls it an underrated gem. I'm really enjoying it so far, but the cynic in me can't shake this thought. Was Kingdoms of Amalur underrated, or have our standards just dropped? While games have definitely hit incredible heights over the last decade, there is also this race to see who can claw the furthest down in pursuit of the almighty dollar. We end up with lackluster products that we pay full price for in the hopes that they will be fixed or even completed down the line. So an average game from 2012 now seems great by comparison. Am I just jaded? What are your thoughts on this? Have a great holiday and keep polluting that pollo. We will, Corey. Thank you for writing in. I wanted to bring this up because I love talking about old games, but we were just talking about revision and revisionist history. Colin Moriarty, me, gave Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning at IGN a 9. And I stand by that score. I thought it was great then. I think it's great now. I just watched Micah play it. She played through the entire thing on Xbox some months ago. And I was reminded about how charming the game is. Although it looks very simple by today's standards, it was a pretty complete game. And I was always a little confused why people didn't like it more, because I was quite enamored with it. Chris, what do you think? Do you think, is there any revision going on with Amalur? And let's revisit also this idea that they're releasing DLC for this game, which I think is just so cool. 8 years later, 9 years later.
That is really cool. I will say I don't have a lot of experience with Kingdoms of Amalur. I remember hearing about it and thinking that sounds very generic. You know, like it's a very generic sounding name to me. Like it's just like Kingdoms of, you know, vaguely fantasy name.
Made up fantasy.
Just, like, I don't know. Yeah. And I just wasn't really in that genre at the time. I still kind of am not really. Like I'm still more of like a sci-fi or like a, you know, I'm just not really into that type of genre really. So I missed out on Kingdoms of Amalur. I might give it a shot because it seems to be one of these games that reliably ages well, which you don't really see a lot of really. Like usually it can be really scary going back to classics, especially video games. Oh my God. Like video games age so much worse than
3D games.
Than 3D specifically, because there was that awkward period of time where everybody was like, what is it? What should an analog stick do really?
What's a polygon?
And it's like, yeah.
What's the texture?
Let's put Max Payne's face on a flat surface.
Oh my God. Horrible.
But charming. I think, I don't know. I think there is some revisionist history in not necessarily with Amalur specifically, but in the sense of, oh man, games used to be so good. I think games used to be a lot more complete. You know, I do think games used to be a lot more reliably finished. You know, I think when I think back to some of the games I used to play, I think about how many modes and how many levels and how many like different environments there were. And it was like, oh my God, and they did this in like a year or whatever. But then I also think about the fact that, well, they made these games in an ecosystem where Twitter didn't exist and a viral screenshot of snow rendering at a less than 4K resolution was clowned on by like the overwhelming majority of people because it doesn't look photorealistic enough for PlayStation 5 standards. And then it kind of puts a lot of things into perspective for me when I think about it in that way, because you think about even just the thing that happened in 2020 with Halo and the Craig meme, that the monkey man with his like static face. I can't even tell you how many Craig-esque moments exist in like some of our most classic and favorite games that we don't talk about because we didn't care about that shit back in the day. We really only cared about whether or not the game was fun. and whether or not the game was going to take us to cool places, and whether or not we got to have a good gameplay loop and interesting characters. And now I feel like I don't think Sony first party is necessarily to blame, in the sense that like The Last of Us kind of like stepped everything up a notch in terms of like presentation, to the point where I think everybody kind of looks at a game that doesn't meet that criteria as lesser than. And I don't think that's fair. But I do think there is this sad focus now on fidelity, not necessarily in frame rate. I think that's super important, but graphics now more than there ever has been, to the point where like any number of generic things that you would see in any video game and that we have seen in video games forever now go trending on Twitter. Like, oh, the trees 40 miles away from your character don't look like they're rendered in 4K. And it's like, yeah. What? Like, we've had dynamic resolution scaling, especially for a level of detail, for the entirety of the generation. This is such a weird thing that's happening now. And I think it's largely driven by social media, to the point where now I feel like a lot of focus is put into making games look better. And the functionality has fallen by the wayside, which sucks, because people will be a lot more forgiving of a game now if it's pretty and broken than if it's ugly and great. And that I think is a more interesting. That's where my mind took me in this question. I know it's not exactly what you wanted answered.
Very well said. Dustin, you want to expand on that?
The only expansion I have, because just like Chris, I have not played this game. I played a tiny bit of the re-release, but ended up moving on from it. Is something important to consider is that according to Google here, this game came out in February of 2012, which what's important is just a few months prior, The Elder Scrolls Skyrim released. And so I would imagine that a lot of people either playing this or even just thinking about playing it, looking at gameplay or whatever, instantly compared this game to Skyrim, which is justifiable in some ways in that they're both fantasy RPG games, but they're very different in a lot of different ways as well. So maybe it would be unfair to compare these games directly. So I'm wondering if that has something to do with how people felt about the game at the time.
Well said. Very interesting. Thank you for writing in, Corey. Justin Bryant wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC. I've been playing through Ni no Kuni Wrath of the White Witch Remastered. Very good. And I've fallen in love with the game's language, the Nazan script. You can write down the characters and translate them when you come across the language in the world or an item description. I love this mechanic as it adds an optional extra experience to the game. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, but it adds a little puzzle to the game if you do, and it does a great job with showing how translations are done in real life. My question is, what video game fictional languages are your favorite? And do you think some games should add this kind of mechanic in genres such as fantasy or science fiction?" For me, the language that comes to mind the most is the Star Wars Imperial script. I don't know where that, like the common script, I don't know where that came from, but I remember being introduced to it in the 90s with games like Star Wars Monopoly, Star Wars Trivial Pursuit, and all of that. And what was interesting about it was just, as I recall, a one-to-one comparison. Like, this letter is an A, this letter is a B, this letter is a C. That kind of stuff is cool, but that's like more of a puzzle. In terms of entertainment, it's always impressive. I know that they did this with Game of Thrones, but where they literally invent languages and they're literally speaking them to each other, like just these totally fictional languages. That's fucking cool. And I don't really see that done to that level in video games yet. Because I remember they hired linguists to create like Drago's language or whatever it was and they were literally talking. And I just thought that was so amazing and so thoughtful. So I like what they did with Ni no Kuni. I think of Star Wars with that stuff, but it is a little weird because it's more of a puzzle because it's like A to A, B to B, C to C. It's not really, not that they would ever.
It's not really.
Yeah, Chris, go on.
It's not actual translation. Like it's kind of like when I was in Catholic school, we learned the Phoenician alphabet and how to like write in Phoenician. It was basically that. It was just like, here's A and here's B, and it was kind of fun because you got to like. I remember I kept like a little journal where I would write in Phoenician.
Oh, yeah, it's like a code.
And it felt awesome. It was like, this is so sick. Everybody's gonna think I'm a fucking alien or something. But but I think you can't talk about video game fictional languages without bringing up Simlish. Simlish is awesome, specifically because it's like the cleverness of it. It's not like a specific language that they like wrote out or anything, but it's specifically like English, but not. It's like this really weird contorted, like gibberish version of English, and it was like really wise of them to do that because it sounds like they're speaking, but you don't know what they're saying, and just the smartness of that in terms of like, hey, we don't have to localize this thing now, like we don't have to translate this game to like a million different languages because they're all speaking this weird language that kind of conveys the emotion that is necessary for like whatever sim to be experiencing at any given moment. I think it's like really clever the way that was done, and especially wildly amusing to hear songs by like some of your favorite bands sung in Simlish by the band, like with actual like written lyrics. Like there's I think in Sims 3, Rise Against has their song Savior in The Sims 3, and they actually sang it in Simlish, and it's hilarious because it sounds so stupid. And I don't know, I really like Simlish a lot.
What do you think, Dustin?
Mine's a little bit different, but it's very intriguing, and that's for both Nier Replicant and Nier Automata. There's it's not really a language, but they call it the chaos language that the songs are sung in. And it's not a real language. You can't translate it. But I remember reading this article on the PlayStation blog where they were talking about it. And the Yoko Taro said the reason we went for this mysterious made-up language is because we felt that the game music, having lyrics which you can recognize and understand, might distract you from the gameplay. We wanted something that could serve as background music. If you don't know what these mysterious words mean, you can't get sidetracked. And it sounds a little goofy when you put it that way, that it's some woman with a beautiful voice with just making up stuff. But the way that she did it, and anyone who knows the Nier soundtrack knows this, is that it sounds real. It sounds natural. And to the point when I first heard it, I thought that it was just some obscure language that I had never heard because it was so convincing. And I love the idea that it just makes, when you hear it in the game, it's true, like Yoko Taro says, it doesn't distract you by trying to listen to the lyrics, but it feels natural in this game that takes place in a post whatever apocalypse, where languages in our future are ancient to them, may have come and gone. And these are, I think that in Nier Replicant, there's a song called Song of the Ancients, and it's very, very well done. It's very good. It's one of the best aspects of the game is this soundtrack, and just absolutely fantastic work from them.
Let's move. Oh, you know what, by the way, before I do want to say this, it also reminds me of Christopher Nolan in the original cut of Dark Knight Rises when no one could understand Bane, and he was saying that it didn't matter. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Oh yeah,
his original argument was like, it doesn't matter what Bane says, and it annoyed people that they couldn't understand Bane. That's why he sounds so weird. Although I love his voice because they went and dubbed it.
Brothers.
Yes, brother. Must find one of us in the wreckage. All right. Andrew Dixon wrote in, said, "Hey, Sacred Symbologist, would the games industry be improved if social media didn't exist? On one hand, social media has seemingly given life to small titles that might otherwise have gone overlooked in a crowded market. But on the other hand, social media has given an inflated platform to a toxic minority and aided in the rise of an ideological monoculture for game journalists. Colin's great exodus from Twitter has had a few weeks now to play out. It's actually been over a month, I think. Have you received any new insights on the value of social media in gaming since departing Dorsey's Wonderland? Thanks for all you do, and please let that chicken rest." I will say, from my point of view, I still read Twitter. I'm just not on it nearly as much, and I don't say anything. And I think for me, it's been a really wonderful exercise of just restraint. And I think that that's what everyone has to kind of show on social media. You don't need to sound off on anything. It doesn't matter what you have to say. I think the injuries that social media is going to deliver to individuals has just begun. I think we are just at the very beginning of the destruction of people based on social media presence. As far as the games industry, and Dustin, I'll kick it over to you first for this one. I feel like it's obviously a net benefit for them, although it's a total double-edged sword because it can be used against you. You can be ratioed, or you can be downvoted. You can look like shit. It can definitely hurt you. Games get hurt by social media all the time, by bad word of mouth. some of that stuff is unfair. But I think overall, it's just been a net benefit for communication of games' existence, things that people like, finding community, and all of those things. So as much as social media, I think, sucks broadly, if you use it just for gaming and you stay away from the more toxic elements, which really only, I don't want to say only, but typically happen the bigger the game is, I think you can find some use there. What do you think?
It's complicated in that I agree somewhat with the statement that people say Twitter isn't real life. It's true. Twitter, especially, not to be political, but it's very left-leaning in a lot of ways. And a lot of times things that feel like a big deal on Twitter are really not a big deal in real life at all.
That's true.
A lot of people, and most people are not on Twitter in reality. It is a community amongst itself. I mean, a huge one, but at the same time, though, things that happen on Twitter do bleed into real life and do have effects on things. We were talking about the NFT situation earlier with Quartz, and clearly social media had some kind of impact on that in that they removed the video or they unlisted it. And so it kind of, it does affect real life in positive ways, sometimes in negative ways as well. And it's difficult in that as far as the individual, not everyone can handle it. And I don't mean that as in you're weak if you can't, but you see people that get, like you said, Colin, completely obliterated online, sometimes justifiably and sometimes not. So is it good for the games industry? I don't know. I don't know really the answer to that, because I think Andrew brings up a great point, is that there are games that are discovered through social media. One game in particular, which arguably this game would have become big anyway, is Beat Saber. Beat Saber, I remember the viral clips of when people first saw this game. Holy shit, it's a lightsaber rhythm game in VR that looks awesome. And surely that had a major impact on the success of Beat Saber. And now they got bought by Facebook. It's the world's most popular VR game. And arguably that started on social media with the sharing of those clips. So I don't know if I really have an answer, but just some generalized thoughts to put out there.
No, I think that's all great. What do you think about this, Chris? Do you think that it's been the kind of social engagement has been good or bad?
I think you're right in that it's a double-edged sword, but I can't help but feel like it's just an overall negative thing. I do know that there are independent devs that get a lot of love through social media, and I think that can't be understated. But at the same time, like the best example, I think, is you have Ubisoft making whatever the hell that game was that they announced and immediately took the trailer down.
Was it X-Defiant or whatever?
No. It wasn't even X-Defiant. It was, do you remember, Dustin? It was like the most recent one. It wasn't X-Defiant. It was some new thing that basically looked like X-Defiant, but it wasn't. It was like this open
was
world.
It the Ghost Recon game?
Was it? Whatever.
Yeah,
it's just one of these games that you forget about, right? And you have a game like that exists, and then you have social media being like, "What the fuck is this?" And then they take the video down, right? And that's like an interesting example to me, because that entire situation exists purely because of social media. Not only the response to that terrible video, but the game itself. Because I feel like the game is fueled by trends like that grow on social media. I think that's the reason. Social media is the reason you have games like whatever the hell that Ghost Recon thing was. But it's also the reason those things get shut down. And it's also it's like a very weird monkey's paw situation.
Ghost Recon Frontline is the game you're talking about, by the way.
Right, Frontline, yeah. Wildly memorable name. So I don't know. I just feel like all of the problems or all of the benefits that we see from social media are kind of thrown in the face of problems that exist purely because of it. And it's a very strange situation because we can't know what it's like. We can't see 2021 in a world without social media. We don't know what that looks like. We have no idea what that looks like. It's arguably, it could be worse. Maybe a lot of people are, less informed. Maybe a lot of people don't get the chances that they get. And maybe I don't even have a job. I don't know what the hell that world looks like. But I just feel like the negative ramifications of this thing that we've kind of unleashed without really understanding it. I can't help but feel like it's overall a negative, even if it's something that we, in this day and age, really can't live without, and is kind of like a cornerstone of our functionality in the modern workplace, in modern society. It's very strange. I don't know. I'm kind of all over the place with this because I feel very
it's complicated,
conflicted. Yeah, I owe everything I have. I owe everything positive that I have in my life to social media, but at the same time, I feel like it's just this massive thing that we just don't understand yet, and I feel like the effects of it are going to be wildly scary.
Yeah, I think so too. That's why I've decided to just stay away from interacting with it. I'm happy to read what other people have to say. I don't have to dwell in that world anymore. I am looking at the Ghost Recon Frontline trailer from October. By the way, I have a new plugin for Chrome that brings back the dislike bar.
I did that too.
So it's really great. So 5.1 thousand likes, 22,000 dislikes. So yeah, not well received. And Dustin, I don't know if you have anything more to add, but I'll just say that I feel like this might be the only way people feel like they can communicate. And sometimes when you feel like you're tipping over the Generalissimo's statue and it's very exciting, it might go too far. And I don't know that the reality is reflected by a 30-to-1 like to dislike ratio, for instance.
Yeah.
All right, let's be done. VRG wrote in, said, "Hey, Colin, you have stated a number of times that you think Xbox Game Pass will most likely make its way to PlayStation. Has the PlayStation Spartacus leak changed your mind on this? I would, of course, love to hear Dustin's and Chris's thoughts, too. Just let's do a quick gut check on this one. With Spartacus rumored for next year, be some sort of PlayStation Plus, PlayStation Now combination. I still think Xbox Game Pass will come to PlayStation. I think this makes it even more likely that happens because I think it just shows that these boxes will just be a holder of many subscriptions, which is kind of the anti-cable box situation that we wanted many years ago. Now we're just in this a la carte hellscape again. But I do think it will come. I don't think Spartacus has a negative effect on that. I think it has a positive effect on that possibility. I don't think it's going to happen in the next couple of years, but I think it will happen ultimately. Chris, do you think it will come? Let's do a gut check.
My gut check is no. I don't see Sony being willing to play ball with that. I also don't necessarily see that much of a benefit from Xbox in the sense that, there's like, there's so many PlayStation 4s in the wild, and, wouldn't it be great to have Xbox Game Pass on those? But I feel like the fact that they're moving towards, we got confirmation, or at least I'm pretty sure this is confirmed, that they're working on an Xbox Game Pass app for televisions. And, you can get it on your phone and you can get it on any computer. So I feel like any boon to the player base that would be gained from PlayStation is largely like a drop in the bucket when you consider phones and televisions and computers. And I feel like it's still their main way to kind of draw eyes away from PlayStation, even if that's not necessarily their target. I know they're not really viewing PlayStation as their main competition. I know that internally anyway, that they're competing more with Apple and Amazon and other subscription services. But now that PlayStation is going to be in that fray with Spartacus, I don't think they're going to want to give Sony any more reason why they should just get a PlayStation. Like, I feel like that just goes against them, even if their main goal isn't selling hardware. That's my gut check anyway, for now. It could change.
Enough. Dustin, what do you think?
If Chris's gut check is no, then mine's hell no. I don't think that Sony, like Chris said, is ever going to be willing to play ball in a scenario, in a world now too where it's clear that Xbox is gaining momentum. And in addition, it would be a lot of logistics in order to figure out what Game Pass on PlayStation looks like, because the only way in this hypothetical situation we've discussed about it being a not as good, a lesser version of Game Pass in order to not circumvent people buying stuff off the PlayStation Store. So then if you buy that, does that just mean that you're getting a way less value for your Game Pass subscription than someone who has it on Xbox, and that's just part of the deal? Is there a different price for this lesser version of Game Pass? Just seems like it would be a complicated situation in order to offer that. And that's, again, if we're entertaining the idea that Sony is even willing to play ball. I think that they're looking at Spartacus as their option. It's their competitor. It's not going to compete in the same ways as we discussed in the pickup last week. It's not going to offer, in my opinion, I don't think it will offer Sony first party on release day. Definitely, like, absolutely not. But they're looking at what do they have that they can offer over Xbox? The legacy stuff, the backwards compatibility stuff. If it's good, hopefully. So, yeah, gut check. Hell no.
Fair enough. Connor F. wrote in, says, "Up, boys. Long time, first time. I recently got a PS5 and have been loving it. I'm really impressed with DualSense and how it was used in Astro's Playroom. My girlfriend and I had an amazing time taking turns in each of the levels and seeing all the fun PlayStation Easter eggs. These Easter eggs gave me an idea. This may be stupid, but I think there could be potential in an Astro Bot game where he can swap between different PlayStation characters, which have different abilities and powers. A platform fighter, a puzzle game, something in the vein of a Lego game. Could be dumb, but this could be a way for PlayStation to have some sort of crossover like Nintendo. Thanks for the endless amount of enjoyment and gaming knowledge." Connor, I think your idea of a Lego game is awesome. And I was thinking about this, and I'll throw this to you first, Dustin, is a Lego game for PlayStation would make sense. And it would make sense for it to be a Lego game from Traveler's Tales, like a real Lego game. In other words, not a Lego type game where it is you have like a bajillion characters and all these different worlds. That's cool. But this sparked in my mind, not something with Astro Bot per se, or not something with Asobi, but rather, what if Sony went and made a second party Lego game? Have Lego's inclusion, Traveler Tales inclusion, WB's inclusion, and make a real PlayStation Lego game. Lego PlayStation. What do you think of that? I think that, Connor, I think you have a great idea on your hands here, because I will say, we always think about the crossover with fighters and the crossover with like, no one ever talks about this. This is a great idea. This is a totally novel way to approach it.
Yeah. I think it's awesome. I mean, right now, crossovers are absolutely huge. That's kind of seems to be ever since not even Endgame, before that with Avengers, this idea of the crossover has just continually gotten bigger and bigger. Games like Smash Brothers, whatever. And so I feel like Sony just kind of dipped their toes into this idea of a crossover with Astro's. It's not Astro's Playroom. It's or is that what it's called?
No, it is Astro's.
It is, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's Astro Bot, and then there's Astro's Playroom. Anyway.
Astro's Playroom is the game on PS5.
Okay, good. Anyway, I don't know. I think the Lego idea is interesting, but I don't know if they need Lego, because they have a great studio in Asobi that does these platforming games that I think they would potentially be able to handle it on their own. But the idea of the Lego one is especially interesting in that there could be a lot of money made outside of the game. If they offered a Yharnam Bloodborne Lego kit, I'd be buying that. I'd pre-order that as soon as it's available.
Cool. I mean, But Sony doesn't care about little. I was talking to an insider recently about this, where I was like, Sony doesn't care about nickels and dimes. They don't. I don't know why, but they just don't care about nickels and dimes. And they seem to care about them in really stupid ways, like getting $10 more for you for the PS5 port of Uncharted, but they won't make a Uncharted Lego set. I don't know. It's food for thought. Chris, what do you think? Lego PlayStation. I like it.
I think it's a good idea. I think it's a really good idea. I'm not really the biggest fan of Lego games. These are very much co-op games, and I didn't really know anybody who was like playing those. I didn't have access to them, so that whole genre just like completely, or that entire series just completely passed me by. I played it like once or twice, and I was like, this is fun, but I do think this is a really good idea, not only from like the merchandising perspective, because it's like, oh my god, like that would be insane if you had a Bloodborne Lego set. They do all of these ridiculous Lego sets anyway. They just did like Seinfeld Lego set recently.
Yeah. And if they can make it work with the licensing please. Yeah.
Yeah, if they can get Seinfeld, they can get they can figure out Bloodborne in a Lego capacity, or any number of other things. Uncharted, God of War, like there's a lot of potential for that. And I think one of the biggest hurdles with making a crossover game would be easily fixed by this being a Lego game, which is making these characters feel like they belong in the same place together. That is like such a hard thing to do typically. Like even in that weird like what is that game? The one with Arya Stark. I can't remember the name because there's like three of these now. It's a recent like crossover fighter, but like, I can't remember the name exactly. Multiverses.
Oh yeah, Multiverses. Right. Yeah.
It's one of those like crossover fighters. Yeah. But you see Arya Stark and she's like animated, and it's like, okay, I get it. It needs to fit in, but like there are other characters that look like they're supposed to look, and it can be a hard thing to do to get people looking like they belong in the same universe. I think Marvel vs. Capcom 2 did this perfectly, by the way. But I think just the fact that they're Lego people gives you a lot of flexibility there, because they all have to look the same in some way, but you can stylize them in ways that like alter their gameplay. And that's a great idea. That's a wonderful idea. I think this is like a spectacular. I would pitch this. If I was at one of these studios, I'd be like, why aren't we doing this?
It's I think a really nice way in. And by the way, I just figured out in my mind why I thought Genshin Impact, because I was thinking about that Arya Stark model kind of reminds me of Aloy, that cute Aloy version of her in Genshin Impact. So that's kind of where my mind was. Broken tethers, as it were. I think this is a good idea, Connor. I like where your head's at. I must say, for the new Lego game, Lego Star Wars, whatever the hell it is, coming out next year, I'm excited about it. Because Lego Star Wars, I liked the one. I played the complete edition on Wii like many, many years ago. And I was just like, maybe this will be a nice way for me to I don't need to play all these Lego games, but they don't really make very money anymore. So I hope that this will be like the promise of a real, true AAA Lego game, which I don't know that they've ever achieved. I think these are A games. I think they're too repeatable to be anything more than that. So we'll see what happens. But Connor, thank you for writing in. Finally, let's go to Kurt Lewin, who says, hey, Krustin, following the reviews of Halo Infinite, Jeff Gerstmann of Giant Bomb was commenting on the purposes of reviews in this current day and age, where some games have different structures and business models. He suggested that critics were people, quote, who held the line in an attempt to keep you blowing money on bad games, end quote. And, quote, when the games are free, we're not reviewing to help save you money, we're curating to help save you time, end quote. Do you agree with him talking about the money aspect? I read reviews because I want to read well-phrased analysis and opinions of an expert, even for games I know I will never buy. What do you think the purpose of a review is? And it has ever changed to you? Chris, do you think reviewing is more complicated now that we're in a situation where there are just so many different types of games? Like, how do you quantify value at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with the premise here, which is, yeah, if the games are free, then the only thing left to spend on it is time. And obviously there's microtransactions, but that's a whole nother, like, that's like a meta layer to this entire conversation. I think ultimately the purpose of a review is whatever the reviewer is trying to get across. Like if there's a review that is more about, you know, the technical aspect, like Digital Foundry does, I would argue they review games. They don't do IGN style reviews where they tell you, you know, or I think they do that as well. But what I'm talking about is like the technical aspect. They focus more on the technical aspects of the game. They're like, how well does this run? Is this fulfilling a technical promise that the studio made? Does this run well on most hardware, or is it a more unstable thing? And I think that's, you know, it's hard to really get a well-phrased analysis of something like that because it's just dealing in the facts of what the game is, as opposed to a more verbose review about like something like BioShock, which is talking about like politics and stuff like that, and talking about like the world that it's building, and maybe the gameplay has very little to do with that review because maybe there's just not much to say about it in comparison to other things. I think reviewing is complicated anyway, even without the money aspect kind of thrown in there.
Yeah.
It might be easy for people to do. It might be harder for other people to do. But I think the biggest question is the perspective of the reviewer. And I think that's super important because there are reviewers that I go to knowing their tastes, knowing how their tastes align with me. And I know how much weight to put on their opinion based on that. And there are other people like Digital Foundry who focus on just stuff that is just kind of interesting and kind of neat and a lot more technical in a way that I can't possibly be well versed enough to know.
I love what you said towards the beginning too, when you said it's really whatever the critic wants it to be. And I totally agree with you. There used to be a time when I was a younger critic where I would try to hit as many beats as possible. And I would always hate when people said like, oh, you didn't say anything about the sound or you didn't mention them. And I would always try to mention everything. And then at some point in my critic career, I just came to accept it's going to be about whatever I want it to be about. Used to, when I would write reviews, I would just write little notes about like beats I wanted to touch. And then I would usually just write the review really quickly. It was actually quite an easy process for me. But I agree that it needs to glean onto whatever the important aspects of the game is. And I don't know. I think I agree actually with the letter here from Kurt, because he said, and Dustin, I'll throw it over to you. What about just the analysis for analysis sake? And there is something to be said about that. I also think that time and money are also just really subjective, because it's important to note that. And I think time is such a valuable currency, as I say over and over again on the show. But time might be much more sensitive to a parent of 4 than a single person that's 20. And $60 might be something someone wipes their ass with and another person can't live without. And it's like, I don't know how you judge that. And that's why I just came to realize it really has to be centrally about the person reviewing it.
Definitely. It's interesting, this idea of a review versus an analysis. And I think you guys are both right in that it is subjective and up to the person writing said review or analysis, or even you can bring in the word critique as well. When I think of critique and analysis, there's this one YouTuber I really like, Joseph Anderson, who does, let's see here, his review critique of Mario Odyssey is 2 hours long. And initially you hear that and you think, wow, 2 hours, that is self-indulgent. But it's not really a review in the way that most of us traditionally think of it. It is a critique. He's breaking down each level. He's talking about the specific minutiae of the mechanics. And it's really, really interesting how he does it. For me, the purpose of a review, I've always thought, should be more of a tool for people to use. And it can either be used to decide how you want to spend your money, or, like the person who wrote in said, your time. And I've always found it annoying when reviews get too self-indulgent. And you see this, I don't know if you see this more and more, but I've come across it here and there where people present this as like, this is my review. This, like, it's almost like an art piece into itself of a review. And I've never understood that, which again, that's just for me and my subjectivity of what I feel a review should be. And the nice part about it is that you can go and find, like Chris said, you can find that reviewer that speaks about the things you like, or says it in a way that is useful to you, right? Because some reviewers are going to go and focus hard on the story, and some reviewers are going to focus on the gameplay, and then some will try to cover everything. And that's kind of what's so great about this new content creator economy on the internet, whatever you want to call it, this world where there's so many different people and there's such a demand for content that if you can offer a unique perspective, then there may be success for you. So it's definitely subjective, but I would prefer if people didn't, I don't know. I feel like when people get too crazy, it's like, all right, calm down. It's a game.
Yeah, I like that stuff, to be honest.
I do.
I like when people make things into like their own, like I don't know, like there's something. There's a couple people that I could point to, but I even think back to some of like the stupid shit that we used to watch like early on in the internet, like the biggest thing in early internet, like specifically for Dustin and I would imagine if we were interested in content and YouTube around the same age, reviewers were everywhere. You know, like that was like the big thing that people did, like Angry Video Game Nerd even,
right,
and stuff like that from back in 2005. And those were reviews, but they were also like ridiculous. They're just like all these like the scripts and nonsense, and some of it's cringe now, but I feel like a lot of it's endearing, to be honest. And I don't know, I like that creativity, but I do think there's a lot of value in just straight to the fact, like, analysis. Like, that's why I love Digital Foundry. That's why I go to Digital Foundry specifically, because they're just like, they don't care about like artistry in the sense of like, we're going to present this in a really like visually pleasing way. It's just like, I'm here with Mario Odyssey and it doesn't run particularly well. and it's like, I love it. It's like, I fall asleep to Digital Foundry, and I don't mean that as like an insult. It's like a really like auditorily soothing experience. I don't know what it is.
Fair enough.
Colin, Chris brought up review, like Angry Video Game Nerd, how they're kind of content in itself, which is totally different. It made me think of the Fran's Closet review. Is that a review? The review, like, there's like a God of War review that IGN did that's just completely out of sorts from what you would
Fran's
expect.
Closet is an old, that has to do with God of War, I think, and that was at the old office. That sign existed on that. There was like a room where we pretended it was Fran's office. I don't know, people have to go look it up, but there was a cage, we used to call it, where all of our equipment was, and that sign remained on that door until we left that office. So it's
a preview of
of
God of War 2 called Fran's Closet. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, it's good. IGN from 2005 or 6 to 2008 or 9 on IGN Insider specifically, which was their subscription service, was doing really good shit, like really cool shit. They were doing the Digital Foundry stuff. Fran Mirabella was doing that stuff before Eurogamer was doing it by many years. You know, I used to sit there and watch him because he'd have like an Xbox and a PS2 and a GameCube playing like Enter the Matrix or something. And they'd be like capturing all of the footage as they moved forward, like to have them exactly the same. And it was just like, oh my God, this looks so fucking tedious. I can't even imagine. But nice pull, by the way.
Dude, what I'm looking at it now, it's amazing because there's like a old film effect on the video, and they put it on the gameplay too. So you're seeing like God of War, and it's like juddering around and stuff.
That's Nick Scarpino. That's Ty Root. That's a lot of the old video guard there. David Clayman, etc.
Different time.
Definitely. Better time, frankly. Okay, so boys, that's it. That's all we have. Now, we haven't recorded the Game Awards stuff yet, but that would have already been in the episode. So this is going to be a much longer episode than we think it's going to be. But Chris, you have any closing comments before we go?
No, I got to figure out what to do with this this giant wood.
Got you a nice piece of wood.
You know?
Hell yeah. Oh, Dustin, do you have anything to say?
No.
Fair enough.
Nothing left to say.
I just obnoxious, loud noises and no substance.
I know, that's it. That's Sacred Symbols in a nutshell. Well, we appreciate all of you out there. Thank you for listening to our show and being here with us, supporting us on Patreon, free feeds, YouTube, wherever you can be, buying merch, whatever. Tell your friends and family. That's it. We hope that this show met you well, and we'll see you next time for another episode of Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care, guys.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.